happened to you once. So I don't have to wait to see something, correct? Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me call to order the Planning Commission meeting for September 27th, 2010. Would you please rise with me? And in fact, excuse me if I may pause for a second. I see 3 Boy Scouts in our audience this evening. May I ask you if you would come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All you guys need to do is come down here and come to the podium. This is rather perfect this evening because this is the 100th anniversary year for the Boy Scouts of America. If you guys can go ahead and go to right over here, I'm going to turn on the mic for you. But this is the 100th anniversary year for the Boy Scouts of America. They've done a tremendous job for our community. And guys, you can go ahead and speak in there, and if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before you guys leave, because this will be the fun, your mom and dad can look at this later, could you each introduce your name and tell me what troop you're from?
Well, we're all from the same troop. My name's Kieran Lynch.
I'm Ian Filkins.
My name is Alex Monroe, and we're from Troop 753.
And I have a feeling that you guys are working on a merit badge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which merit badge are you working on?
Communications, yeah.
Can I just say on behalf of the entire Planning Commission, thank you for your contribution to the community.
You're welcome.
Okay, now is the time for public comment. At this time, any person may address the Commission regarding a city planning matter that is not on this evening's agenda. Should the Commission wish to discuss an issue raised by a member of the public, the issue will be referred to staff for scheduling on a future agenda. This evening, I have one public comment card, Mr. Nick Kidway. Oh. Well, probably the fire outside has kind of gotten to me of getting here really quickly. Excuse me. Could we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Adam?
Here.
Commissioner Fisher?
Here.
Commissioner Lunn?
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Chair Grumney?
Here. Okay, now that whole speech I just gave, again, Mr. Nick Kidway.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidwai. I'm a resident of Newbury Park. Maybe Bell, I don't know. It's wonderful to be here in Thousand Oaks, even though coming here with the smoke was not a pleasant scene. I would like to, I thought we would get an update on the fire. I hope it was, I heard it was off Hampshire Road. I hope it was not started by some vagrants at the former Kmart, which the city has refused to be built properly to a Home Depot. Very, very discerning. I don't know why we need rolls. You folks always are here on time and all the time, but I guess that's a technicality. If TOTV will be kind enough to help me, I would again like to show this is not the right rendering, but it's similar to the one, a giant auto mall sign that is being proposed, and I believe that the hearing will be here in this chamber on Monday, October 25th. The Thousand Oaks Aecon did a wonderful job. I hope you read it, that the noticing in the city is just so weak. And in fact, Concerned Citizen was born in 1992 because at the corner of Lynn and Hillcrest, Circuit City was proposed, and the people in Lynn Ranch and in the area felt that they used to have a little itty-bitty sign about 18 inches that was at the corner that they were not notified. And then we got the giant signs that you see here, and it's all over the state, in fact. But those days are gone. That was 20 years ago. We are in the day of internet. We are in the day of cell phones, and nobody can read those signs. And plus, I mean, like well, I think I can say it. I mean, the sign at the Newbury Park Library came up 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. But you give the information on it on the last day. And then I've complained, and so have the other people, that the website, you are a land use agency. On page 1, you should really put the public hearings notices. I know now how to get it, but it takes 7 or 8 clicks, and how many people have the time, and it's frustrating. You should have all the public hearing notices on page 1, and it's very sad, very, very sad that people want to get promoted from the Planning Commission. We have had one promotion by the voters, but you folks do not really do the basics. I don't know how you expect to the people to think that you can move on to higher office. Thank you for letting me speak on the issue. I'm basically here to talk about redevelopment. It's interesting that when there's a really stupid or sexy thing like the angle parking, it becomes news and people understand it, but they don't really understand the gut of the problem. In fact, tomorrow the City Council is ready to approve support for Proposition 22 on the November ballot, and it sounds nice, like so many things which are like the flag and apple pie, that it's for local control, but it's taking money away from the taxpayers and giving it to the redevelopment agencies so that they can splurge on things like the angle parking and buying land next to this city in this economy for $3.2 million. $3.2 million. I mean, there's a lady here for about the homeless things and all that. I mean, the big bucks are spent there. In fact, we have a budget crisis in the state, and $550 million every year goes to redevelopment agencies in the state. There are about over 500 agencies. TOTV, if you can show that cartoon, this came out in 1996 and caused an uproar in Sacramento and the whole state. And then they have updated the book and the cartoon, but it's just dynamite. I mean, it's really very sad. And the remaining, I don't know, it's 3 minutes or 2 minutes. I don't know what's left. I don't even see the clock running.
Mr. Kidway, excuse me, we're having technical difficulties this evening. The timing clock is not working from here. You have 1 minute remaining, and we're unable to, at this point in time, show anything.
Okay, and so basically, redevelopment is business property taxes that are diverted from the businesses to the redevelopment agency, which is a phantom agency. All of you folks over here are directors of the redevelopment agency, but it's not really talked about. Mr. Town is also a director of the redevelopment agency. So it's the same thing. It's a shell game, and it started out like so many things as a good thing, but it's basically, as evidenced with the lakes, with the angle parking, it goes to the wrong things. And there are other problems with it, and I will continue this at the next meeting, but I hope that people will come on October 25th against this auto mall sign.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Just one additional comment is that if anyone else would like to speak to any of the cases this evening, you need to go down over onto the table here and fill out a white speaker card and give it to the recording secretary. Now's the time for written comments, announcements, and continuances. Mr. Town, do you have any announcements or continuances you'd like to make at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are several that I'd like to make. First of all, as you mentioned, we are experiencing some technical challenges this evening. We do have audio coverage of the meeting. We do have video coverage, although not as precise as it may normally be in terms of close-ups, etc. But we do at this point have audio coverage for most of the theater. We, again, will be taking manual votes tonight by the Commission. The automated system is temporarily out, and Lilia, as she just did, will be monitoring the amount of time that everybody has to make your comments. Some of the PowerPoint monitors for the commissioners are also out. However, at least at this point, we have this beautiful monitor to my left. So hopefully everybody can monitor that. And that's important because staff will be preparing PowerPoints, or showing PowerPoints, I should say, for your review. Finally, as far as the fire goes, I did hear from the city manager's office just before this meeting started that it does appear to be becoming under control. Fire district has a number of helicopters, as you may have seen, as well as people on the ground, actually up on the hillside. So at this point, there are no structures threatened nor any injuries associated with that fire, which is great news. Finally, we do have a supplemental packet for tonight, which was distributed to the commission and is available for the public's review. In it are 3 comment letters, 2 of which relate to the first case, to the Verizon wireless case, one from the applicant and one from a resident of that community. And then also, as distributed to the commission, we have 1 email from another resident in the area of the proposed cell site location. Also, with regard to case 6D, the special housing needs, we do have a letter from Ms. Brudnicki with regard to that case. And so that's all I had at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Will the secretary please call case SUP 2010-70333?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6A regarding case SUP 2009-70333. Applicant, Verizon Wireless, request to allow a wireless communication facility on a replacement streetlight and installation of related equipment underground within the street right-of-way. Location, 900 Triumphal Canyon Road.
Thank you very much. The staff report this evening will be given by Mr. Will Chua from our Community Development Department. Good evening, Mr. Chua.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For your consideration tonight, as mentioned, would be application from Verizon requesting to allow a wireless communications facility on a replacement light standard. The installation is requested to have 3 panel antennas within a radome on a replacement street light. They also are requesting installation of associated equipment in an underground vault. The first star that you see on the left of the screen, or towards the middle of the screen, would be the location of the existing street light, which would be replaced, and the other star, which where the pointer's on right now, would be where the underground vault would be located, is proposed to be located. The existing light pole is about 22 feet 9 inches high. The 3 antennas, the 3 panel antennas would be installed inside a panel, inside a radome housing that's 5 foot 3 inches high by 28 inches in diameter. The radome will be placed on top of the street light. The light standard, the replacement light standard is about 29 feet 6 inches. The total height of the radome and the light would be about 34 feet 9 inches. The applicant is proposing to install the underground vault on the east side of Triumphal, across the street from Tamarack Street. They are also proposing 2 above ground vents. Originally, the applicant was requesting replacement of 2 light poles. One would be in the corner of Tamarack and Triumphal Canyon Road, next to the residential home. With the discussion with staff, the Verizon has now reduced it to 1, which is now the current proposal. The alternative site analysis covered 2 sites, the Triumphal Park and the medical office building at Westlake Boulevard. There are other similar projects that has been approved in the past, which is listed in the staff report. This is a photo simulation submitted by the applicant with the pole, with the existing light pole. This is a photo simulation of what the light pole is going to look like with the radome on top. This is another view of the same street light on the left side of the screen. And this is the view with the antennas installed. The proposed vault is going to be located about 3 feet from an ash tree and about 11 feet from a crepe myrtle tree. The typical over-excavation of a vault installation is about 3 to 5 feet, including the areas for, plus the areas for heavy equipment that would be used to excavate. The staff is anticipating that there will be removal of trees. However, I want to make a point that the applicant is not requesting the removal of the trees. The staff is anticipating that the trees may need to be removed if needed by if that because of anticipated impacts to the tree and root excavation, that the trees may probably need to be removed in the future. This is a picture of the location taken by staff. The tree, the ash tree is to the right, and the crepe myrtle is the shorter tree close to the no parking sign. This is a typical vault excavation. This is an installation of a underground vault somewhere in city of Irvine. And like I mentioned before, there may be impacts to the staff is anticipating, in fact, impacts to the tree. As you can see, this picture is showing an excavator right next to a tree. Staff, because of these reasons, staff is recommending that the vault be located west of Triangle Canyon Road to minimize impact to the existing landscaping. There is a right-of-way located next to the light standard, and I will show you a picture of that. The other location would be within the Triangle Park. This is the right-of-way location, and that light tree that you see right behind the vent there is that light standard that's being proposed to be replaced. And as you can see, there's no significant landscape in that area that would be impacted if a vault's been installed in this area. Now, I want to make a point that we are recommending two alternative locations on this property, the Triangle Park and the right-of-way adjacent to the street light. The staff or the city is not going to generate any revenue even if the vault is installed within the park area, because the park area is not even owned by the city. At the same time, revenue is not a factor in the decision in this case. Now, with the staff discussion with our landscape consultant, it was mentioned that the larger ash tree is a hardy species, and it may be able to survive the impact to its root system. If its removal is, if in fact the applicant is indicating that they will not remove the tree, then there is a chance that the tree will survive the installation. We are still staff is still recommending installation of the vault on the west side of Triangle, which is adjacent to the light standard, due to the likely impact to the trees. If, however, the Planning Commission decided to allow the installation of the underground vault on the proposed location, we are recommending that as a condition be imposed to replace the tree if something happens to it because of the installation. Staff is recommending Installation of flush vents on the ground. It was mentioned earlier that, the vents are being proposed to be installed above ground. It has been the city's practice to install flush-mounted vents on city right-of-way for this type of installation. If the vents is placed within the park area where it can be hidden from public view using landscape, then staff also is recommending to allow an above-ground vent only if it could be hidden using different methods. This project qualifies for a Category 3 exemption. Staff is recommending approval of this project in subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and the city's wireless consultant, Jonathan Kramer, is here to make a presentation on the project. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Jonathan Kramer, your technical expert. I'd like to amplify some of the points that Will has discussed in the staff report this evening. Number one is that we have had concerns about the proposed underground location on the proposed side of the street because of the impact of the trees. The photographs that Will showed you were photographs that I took of a Verizon installation, essentially the same caliber that was performed in Irvine a couple of years ago. So the excavation that's required to drop the equipment vault in is obviously larger than the size of the vault itself, and there's only a couple of feet clearance right now of that tree. It's one of the reasons why we're very concerned about the city property. We're also concerned about impacts that we have not yet had a chance to analyze as to whether, if those roots are compromised, the stability of the tree. As to the issue that Will raised regarding the above ground versus flush to grade vents, as Will said, it's been the city's policy to require flush to grade vents in all cases where possible, simply to minimize the impact to the right-of-way. Verizon has a concern, as it has expressed to the city, that they prefer to have above-grade vents so that it minimizes the potential of water ingress into their vaults. Another concern that we have, however, in this particular location is, as you may recall from the photographs that Will has shown, the proposed location where the vents will be are going to back up to some property fencing already, and we're concerned about the potential of people being able to use those vents as a way to boost themselves over the fence. So for security purposes, amongst everything else, we also have those concerns at this particular location. We don't have those concerns if the vents are in the park as well as described, because there's no security issue there that we would have to be concerned about. We think that the issue of the placement of the vault either in CRPD or right-of-way on the park side is appropriate and is an appropriate place for this project. We understand from the applicant, without further documentation, that there's a lot of stuff underground in that area in terms of SCE. We know there's an SCE vault. We know that there are conduits that connect it. But we believe that the possibility of locating it on that side of the street, closer to the pole, has merit in terms of minimizing the impacts that we've already described. From an RF safety standpoint, this project, like all of the projects that I evaluate for the city, have for the past 18 some odd years now, I've evaluated this project for compliance with the FCC rules. The FCC rules establish the national standards by which we must judge the projects. Because Congress has delegated national authority to the FCC to set those standards, our job, as defined by Congress and the FCC, is to determine whether a proposed project before us will comply with the FCC rules. In my reports to the city, and my most recent report especially, I have completed my analysis of the proposed project. While there will be a control zone extending from the face of the antennas, that control zone will be approximately 9 meters above ground. Under the current FCC rules, as long as the public cannot access the control zone, there is no FCC compliance issue, and it's appropriate under the FCC rules, that it complies with the FCC rules. And I have certified in my report to the city that under the current FCC rules, this project does comply with the FCC rules. So from that perspective, it's not, the issue before us is not whether it is safe or not. It does comply with the FCC rules, and the city attorney may at some point have some further words on that if it's appropriate. That's what I had to share with you about this project this evening, and of course, as always, we're always here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions of staff, Mr. Kramer, for the benefit of the public, could you further explain who you are, why you're here? Because I think sometimes the public's confused by that. So could you give us a little more information?
Sure. Thank you very much for that opening. For the past 18 some odd years, I have worked for local governments, and only for local governments, evaluating radio frequency projects. I'm a RF engineer by training. I'm also an attorney at law, although I am not the city's attorney. You have a very competent one sitting up there at the dais right now. So I help the city evaluate what the rules are. I co-author the FCC's Guide to Local Governments on radio frequency safety emissions. The area of RF safety is one that I lecture on and write on always. So essentially, I'm here as your technical expert to make sure that the projects that are brought before you are the most technically appropriate and the ones that are consistent with both the technical rules and the FCC rules that are on point, and there are very many to consider, and we do in all of the projects. Just trying to think, I work for about, it's hundreds and hundreds of cities now as their expert in this area, although I've been working for Thousand Oaks. I think it was the second or third city I started working for RF safety issues way back when.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kramer. Questions of staff? Commissioner Lunn.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Just to follow up on the Chair's request of you, for the folks that are in the audience this evening, of course, your recommendations are in the staff report, but could you just address in summary, for the record tonight, the alternative site analysis? Is this the best place, et cetera, for this site?
As an RF engineer, I can tell you that one of the things that is most difficult is to say that there is one and only one site that will possibly work. So when we look at alternative sites analysis, we look at a couple of things. What is the area that the applicant is looking to serve? And what is the way to minimize the number of sites so that there's an overall community benefit to keeping the number of sites to the least necessary to meet the coverage goals of the particular carrier. So we look at that. In this case, given where they were trying to serve and given the locations that were available in the area, staff felt, and I was part of this process as well, that putting the site in front of a park in the middle of a residential area as opposed to trying to what's called end feeding a service area, from a technical standpoint, made the most sense. And Verizon, as originally proposed, had originally proposed the site to be actually 2 light standards by the park, and working with them, and they worked with the city. I want to make sure, just like Will said, that it's clear that they worked with the city to reduce down the project to its current dimensions. So in terms of the alternative sites, we also considered the original proposal as an alternative site to the present proposal as well.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Could you tell me if there were any studies at all showing that these cell towers are a health risk?
There are many studies that are available through the internet that assert health claims regarding cellular transmissions. As I've indicated earlier, and I want to make perfectly clear tonight, however, those reports are not really within our purview to consider, because the law is very clear on this point. Congress has completely preempted local government's authority to consider a project from a health perspective if it complies with the FCC rules, and I have certified that it does comply with the FCC rules. So to the extent that there are reports out there really the forum to take this to is not the city of Thousand Oaks. It's to Congress, which makes the rules that control what we do here at the city. I don't know if the city attorney wants to. Have I said everything that needs to be said on that?
Yeah, Mr. Kramer's explanation of the law is correct. The Planning Commission cannot consider health issues if the radio frequency meets FCC regulations.
Commissioner Reynolds, do you have any other questions? Okay. Commissioner Adam?
Thank you. So I take it, based on Verizon's response here in the supplemental packet, we're kind of at an impasse here as far as the vault goes. They still want to put it across the street, and we want to have, the city wants to have above ground venting, I beg your pardon, flush venting, and they want above ground. And then conversely, the city would rather see it on the other side, the park side, in either the right-of-way or CRPD property, which we don't know if CRPD would allow it to be there at this point. And then they don't care as much about the flush mounting versus the above-ground venting. Does that sum the whole situation up with the vault?
Verizon, when I spoke last to the Verizon representative, they would like to place this in the same area that they're proposing, and they wanna discuss that, address that tonight. Mm-hmm. They want an above-ground vent installation. The city's position is putting it on the right-of-way across the street or within the Triumphal Park. If at any case, if the Planning Commission decides to allow installation of the vault within the right-of-way, it is the city's policy to install flush vents. Now, if the Planning Commission decides and allows installation within the park, the vents may be installed above ground only if it could be camouflaged or hidden from public view. Mm-hmm. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, and in the park is CRPD property, correct?
Yes. One more thing I need to point out. I spoke to a park representative, and I was told that they are open to the idea of a vent within, of a vault installation within their property.
Okay, thank you. And for Mr. Kramer, it said in the staff report that Verizon, if I read this or interpreted it properly, wants to increase the RF signal in an area that already has coverage. And so they basically want to add to network capacity in a mature network that already, in fact, has coverage. So if the coverage is there and it's a mature network, why do we need more capacity? Or do we? Or is that more of a luxury, if that's the right word, an option?
Vice Chair Adam, there are a couple of issues that are in play here. Number one is that Verizon, like the other carriers, are rolling out. Verizon is rolling out their new data services in the 700 megahertz band. So there will be some new emissions from this site, just like the other carriers. However, Verizon is also interested in being able to into penetrating its signal into every nook and cranny of every home that it can possibly serve, because that's what the wireless companies are gearing up to do. Their goal is to make the home telephone a relic, historical relic, and have everyone be able to use wireless phones wherever they go. Why do we need more? It's because many of us have multiple cellular devices. We have our cell phones, we have PDAs, we have cell phones in our cars. We have hidden cell phones in our cars, like the OnStar and the other electronic services. There are Coke machines and other vending machines that use cellular technology to call in to say, I'm empty of this product or full of this product or full of cash, come empty it out. So the number of uses of wireless technology increases daily. So it was a lot clearer years ago as to coverage versus capacity. It's no longer clear, and it's become a blurred line.
Yes, I can see that. But there is coverage, isn't there?
There is coverage in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, Commissioner Fisher.
Yes, looking at, I know it's just a picture, but I couldn't find anything in the staff report. The diameter of the actual light pole, not the radome, but the actual diameter, is that different from a regular street light?
Yes, normally it would be wider.
Normally it's wider, but this one is skinnier.
No, it's just the opposite.
It is wider.
A normal light standard, it has a skinnier, more tapered pole. The reason why a wireless pole tends to be larger in diameter and not tapered is because of the number of cables that go up through it, as well as the power cable for the replacement light standard itself.
Yeah, I know it's been a while since we looked at cell towers and such. It stands out, and I don't remember it standing out with prior projects, but are you saying that it's the same with each light standard?
We've actually had some like everything else over the years, the technology has changed. We've actually had some light standards with fewer antennas inside of them. Verizon operates on 3 frequency bands, so in fact, they have 3 proposed antennas inside of here, and each of those antennas, what we would consider to be a panel antenna, has 3 antennas in them themselves. So because of the number of actual antenna elements, they have to have the cables to service those, and that's why over the years the diameter of the poles has actually increased, is to accommodate the cables that have to be fit inside.
Okay, thank you. Last question. We received in our packet from one of the residents about why not put this up on the Edison pole on the hillside versus in a neighborhood.
As I talked about earlier, Verizon has shown us what its coverage goal is. And remember, to recall what I was saying about end feeding a project, it's very inefficient to end feed a area because instead of controlling the signal from the middle of the area, as is being proposed here, if you were to put it up on a transmission pole up on the hill, you don't have the granular control over where the signal goes. It just goes down and kind of floods an area. So from an RF engineering perspective, it's actually more difficult to control the network configuration from a high point, and it leads to things like interference with other existing cell sites.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Town, I believe you have a comment you'd like to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up quickly on one of the comments that Mr. Kramer made, the applicant in their application materials to the city has indicated that the dominant purpose for this cell site is capacity. However, they also appear to be filling a certain coverage need, so it's a capacity and coverage issue. And on that point, I just wanted to refer for the public and for the commission. In the commission's materials, there is a letter from the applicant dated June 14th of this year, and I would draw the commission's attention to Exhibit 3, which shows coverage without this proposed site. Exhibit 4, the coverage alone with the proposed site, and then Exhibit 5, coverage with existing and proposed. So, and there are 2 more exhibits following that, based on driving tests in the area. But I just mention that because while the dominant purpose is capacity, there does appear to be a coverage goal that is also reached as well, though it may not be the primary purpose of the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Town. We'll now go to the applicant. The main speaker for the applicant is Mr. Justin Robinson. Good evening, Mr. Robinson. If you could state your name and city of residency for a record, please.
Certainly. Excuse me. Name is Justin Robinson, reside in Long Beach, California. Yeah, essentially, first of all, I'd like to thank staff. This has been a long process to get to this point this evening. And thanks to their diligent work, we believe we've come up with a good solution. However, there are 3 remaining items that still need to be essentially ironed out. And I won't repeat much of Mr. Chua's presentation or duplicate the staff report, but the 3 items as we see them are the existing trees, the proposed vault location, and the vents. Based on the letter sent to the city this morning, we understand that there is a concern with the existing trees that are located in the vault location. Verizon, Mr. Chua is correct. We're about 4 feet from one, and I believe 10 to 11 from the other. We have agreed in our letter this morning to slide the vault location over to make it equidistant from both trees to allow sufficient space for over-excavation of the vault location and not damage the existing trees. So we believe that we can keep the vault location as proposed. We believe it's a better location to conceal the above ground vents, which is technically a Verizon mandate that we do above ground vents to so that we don't have flooding problems. And as in our recent discussions with staff, I understand that flooding isn't an issue in this area, but it only takes one flood to damage the equipment and the other risks that are outlined in the letter. As far as the vents, we've proposed to screen them. They're only 2 feet high. We've proposed to place shrubs around those to help hide them, and to address Mr. Kramer's concern of the vents becoming steps. It's not a very tall wall, and if somebody really wanted to get over the wall, they would. So we don't believe that that's much of a further issue. We believe that the vault is in the correct location. Moving to the other side, all of the utilities that run up and down Triunfo Canyon are located in that area. There's SCE vaults and every other utility. As you can see in Mr. Chua's earlier picture, there are vents and meters all up and down that side of Triunfo. So again, I'd just like to reiterate, we think the vault's in the correct location. We can adequately screen the vents from view, and the site is underground. It won't impact anybody or any traffic on this side versus that side. So again, we appreciate your time, and obviously would like to seek your approval for the project as proposed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. There's no questions at this time. We'll now go to public comments. I have 5 speaker cards. I will call your name, and when I call your name, if you can come up to the lectern, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence for our record. Our first speaker is Todd Mark, followed by Jeremy Lee.
Good evening. My name is Todd Mark. I live in Thousand Oaks. I live on Triunfo, kind of in the 300-foot or 500-foot area that's close to the proposed site. I have a couple of questions regarding, well, I'm not going to try to get too emotional about this, but as far as I understand, sir, you are the resident expert? Can I address him?
Mr. Mark, no. Actually, what will happen is that you'll make your statement, you'll have your 5 minutes to speak, you'll raise any question you have, and then at the conclusion, there'll be comments that will be made to address your comments.
Okay. Well, there's existing, I have Verizon now, and there's existing cell activity there, and we have coverage that's fine. And if people want an enhancement, they can always get these little things that they can buy from Verizon, at Verizon's profit, that they can put in their own home. And indeed, then that would be an individual's choice and nothing that is mandated on the general populace. Because we have to remember why we moved here. I moved here from Toluca Lake 13 years ago. Underground wires, open space, trees. I'm seeing these things jeopardized. In the last half hour we're talking. Trees they're talking about, above vents we're talking about, poles that could be an issue, slender poles with large instruments on top. I'm not going to even get into the health risks involved because from what I'm understanding, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 kind of precludes me from doing that. But also, I'm a real estate professional. I work for a very large financial institution and I have a national portfolio. So I have a pretty good idea what mandates property values and what doesn't. Conforming entities in an environment create the highest property values. This will not do that, no matter what they say or they say. The public's perception is yours, our community's reality. Myself will be detriment. It'll be like living next to a train track or living next to, a plater or something like that. I just don't see why we're letting our community values kind of get shot by the fact that Verizon wants to come in here and do this. Now, I did do some investigations, and I guess you guys have a resolution 97197 that was done, I believe, in 1997 that kind of shoehorns Verizon or any really wireless entity into the environment. I would say 1997, this area has changed a lot. I would say dramatically. I would say in population, in demographics, definitely. I would say in home values, et cetera, et cetera. I think this piece of paper, this document needs to be ratified before we take any step further. It's 13 years old. Gosh, I don't even remember what I did 13 years ago. How does this document now dictate policy in 2010? Don't we now have other people to be able to look at, other situations? We don't even allow anything but monument signs. But yet we're going to have a 30-foot cell tower across the street and have this big, huge vent? It kind of, again, goes back to what I was saying. It kind of falls in the face of why we live in Thousand Oaks. And I think we can all individually answer that question ourselves. So I would say that is my biggest complaint, is, just to reiterate, it can be a personal choice. If you want cellular and you want Verizon and you want to run all the bells and whistles, you can go down to the store right over by Bed Bath & Beyond, and you can get a device this big. You put it in your house, it's perfect. Knock yourself out. I don't want to have to deal with that. I choose not to go wireless. My house, I have a wired-in router. And I'm not going to get into my situation, but I don't think it's right. And I think that I'm being mandated stuff that could be used at a personal level. And that's all I have to say.
Is there any questions of Speaker? If not, thank you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Lee, followed by Paul Burrow.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Lee, and I'm actually with the applicant, and I don't really have anything else to add, but if Justin needs me to answer anything, I'll be here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Paul Burrow, followed by Bart, I think it's Lenihan. And again, if you could state your name and city of residence for our record, please.
Okay. My name is Paul Burrows, and my city of residence is Thousand Oaks, and my house is displayed there in the picture right behind the
if you could speak into the mic, you could send it towards you. We can hear you better. Yes,
okay,
thank you.
My name is Paul Burrows, and I live in the house in that picture there right behind the existing lamppost. And I found it very interesting when the gentleman from Verizon stood up and said the issues as he saw them. You can't hear me? Oh, okay. Were the vent and the pole, and heard absolutely nothing about the people that live in this community. And I feel like there's a lot of people here, just like there were a lot of people in Three Springs that came out, wanted to express their opinion. And I don't understand the basis for how this decision will be made if it's to benefit the residents of this community, and the residents of this community are coming out in force to say, we don't want it, we don't need it. I mean, maybe it's revenue to the city, so I would love to understand why it's a tough decision to answer a question of whether a vendor should be able to come in and say, we want to do this, even though they've already got coverage in our area, and we do get good cell phone reception already. Why we would allow them this liberty of imposing on all of us a cell phone tower in the middle of our neighborhood. This is the entrance to a beautiful park, and that is probably the biggest reason why we chose to buy this home seven years ago and put lots and lots of money into making this our long-term residence, and we love living here. But you can't take medical or health concerns into consideration. I hear that, but I think you'll hear from other people too that there are concerns about what the health risks will be. My children just left. I thought they'd benefit from hearing how such proceedings take place. But I am concerned that there is not enough information to say conclusively that long-term exposure at that proximity to a cell phone tower is not going to be a hazard to my children. So, and to echo Mr. Mark's comments, like I said, I put a lot into this home, and I love this neighborhood. If I were house hunting today, I would pass over my current house for lack of wanting to live that close to a cell phone tower if it were present. So we'll have the dilemma of deciding, do we want to stay or move based on this? It's that strong of an issue to me. I mean, my front bedroom window, I have a nice view of this tower that's going up, so I'll be as radiated as anybody. But that's my concern. I don't understand when the community speaks and says, we don't want it, we don't need it, why a company like this is allowed to come in and just, run roughshod. So if there's anything that could be shared as to what the basis of the decision would be, I think a lot of people would be interested in hearing that too. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Burrows. Is there any questions of the speaker? If not, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Bart Lenihan, followed by Kelly Kleinman.
My name is Bart Lenihan. I live right on the other side of Triumpho, just within the 500 danger zone. I have some questions more than I have comments. I was very impressed over the concern over the two trees where they want to build the vault, and not the human beings that live in the area, so that was very impressive. I
have to ask the audience to please refrain from making, excuse me just one second, make any comments. And this ensures fairness for all speakers, whether they are in favor or opposed. Thank you.
This is not for the benefit of the community as it was brought up here. It's not for my benefit, and I can't imagine it's for anybody else's benefit up here. It's for their benefit. And they don't even live here. They live in Long Beach, and they live in someplace else. He's saying, I can't argue the health factors because the FCC rulings that were developed in 1996 are out of date because the electronics today in the industry has gone a magnitude of 100 times. They're so behind date. And I don't believe anything that the government put out. And now the World Health Organization has recently said cell phones do cause loss of bone density. They do. There's no misunderstanding. You can go verify that if you'd like to take the time. The other thing I can't understand is why this has to be built on the street in front of everybody. Why it couldn't be built at the end of the park on a hill up there that would cover Foxmore and everybody in Westlake Village. I kind of sat down and decided it's for Verizon's convenience because the power source is there, and they would have to spend a great more deal of money to put the power on top of that hill. Now, I've heard an excuse from Will that told me that they have to put it there because the trees are too tall, which I thought was pure nonsense. This is a 40-year-old community, and trees are 40 and 50 feet tall all over the place. Okay, now what is the range of this thing? Why all of a sudden is it sitting up here saying it's 500 feet? Is that the range of this tower? Is that the range of the signal, the output, input? I don't understand. Are any of you experts in this? Would you want this in front of your house? Would you want this in your neighborhood? I doubt it very seriously. So this is not for the community's benefit. This is not for mine or anybody else. It's for their benefit. It's their company's benefit. They're doing their job. I don't know them personally, but they don't live here. It doesn't any concern of theirs. Will, do you live there? I don't think you live out where we are. I don't think he does either. And I don't think a person in this room wants a thing next to them. But it's okay to put it in somebody else's neighborhood. So I'd like to know why it couldn't be built on top of that park instead of this nonsense about 30-foot trees. And I don't care if you cut down those 2 trees, to be very honest with you. I'm not that concerned. Like everybody's so concerned about it. That's all I have to say.
Is there any questions of speaker? If not, our final speaker is Kelly Kleinman.
I have a petition here. I guess a little over 100 people signed it. Oh, by the way, Kelly Kleinman. I live on Sandpiper Circle right down the street from BART. I've got a petition here.
Yeah, if you could just also add your city of residency, please.
Westlake Village.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've got a petition here. I'd say about 100 or so people signed it. I'd like to pass that around. I think they all would like to see the tower elsewhere. I've got some other documents that I'll pass around and get to you over the next few days. Again, I'm Kelly Kleinman. I'm the chair for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce Technology Committee, and I live a couple hundred feet away from where Verizon wants to mount this cell tower. The battle is going on all over the country as countless cities face the double-edged sword of wanting adequate coverage, which we already have, but also having health concerns regarding the growing evidence that shows a link between RF exposure to cancers that mostly affect women, childhood leukemia, autoimmune disease, DNA damage, learning and sleep disorders, pacemaker failures, which is also an issue that has not been mentioned here, but I believe that the American Disabilities Act trumps the FCC's ruling. Oddly enough, the FCC is not a health advisory organization. The FDA is, so why the FCC is in charge of this is beyond me. All of that health talk aside, we really need to address the fact that the Planning Committee and the City Council, comprised partly of people we elect, needs to find a way to assuage not only the telecoms, but more importantly, the citizenry. The truth is that once a tower gets in, dozens are sure to follow as the competition screams for equal treatment. The towers are unsightly and add an industrial look to a beautiful residential area. We already have too many industrial-looking boxes in that proposed region. So what will it do to our property values? Cell sites are a real estate disclosure as they are deemed a negative. Folks who live under power lines or cell towers have lower property values than those who live in similar quarters away from power lines because no one wants to live there. I ask anyone in the building, would you want to live under a microwave oven that never gets turned off? Extrapolate a conservative 5 to 10% value, a devaluation of your property out to about 200 to 400 homes in the affected area, and property tax revenues to the city will fall by well over $500,000 annually. Property values are already dropping because of the economy, and we are fast becoming a rental community. Slowly, the rental prices will drop, and the neighborhood and the quality of our life will decline rapidly. It happens all the time. I should know. I'm from Cleveland. I would like to propose a solution that I believe in the long run will satisfy both sides. Again, as Todd mentioned, Resolution 97-197 was created in 1997 to set standards and guidelines for the City of Thousand Oaks in regards to wireless communication facilities. I propose that we set up a citizens advisory panel immediately, create some heretofore non-existent dialogue with Verizon, and review this possibly outdated resolution, see if there is a new way to make it easier for telecom to move these facilities into open spaces further away from residential areas, such as in the back of the park. How do we know that placing it in the back of the park won't give us adequate coverage? Because Verizon says so? They're just saying it won't give us controllable coverage. It'll give us plenty of coverage. We already have that. We need to be part of the process, not the victims of the process. We want to make sure this is a coverage issue and not a capacity issue before anything is given approval, or we'll approve the city council member right out of office. We know there is a happy medium to be met, and it won't be found by shoving this tower in our faces. There are other cell companies we can turn to en masse who don't do this, but I still think the answer may be in revisiting 97-197. Therefore, Before a couple hundred of us rip up our Verizon contracts and team up with another carrier to erase Verizon's market share in the area, I request consideration for a moratorium for 120 days so we can adequately review the resolution, make changes, and get a consensus on how best to afford telecom a safe, convenient route to increasing their coverage areas without bypassing the people the towers will directly affect. Thank you.
Questions of Speaker? Commissioner Runnell.
Thank you. I have a question. You said you were from the Chamber?
Yeah, I chair the Technology Committee.
So is the Chamber of Commerce opposed to this cell tower?
No, the Technology Committee is.
And which Chamber of Commerce is your?
Greater Conejo Valley.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'd also like to state for the public record that we also have written statement cards for which we have 10 of those that are opposed. Okay, we will now go back to staff for any comments.
As far as the security issue, security concern, staff has consulted with our police department representative, and he indicated that a flash vent versus a above ground vent is a better security as far as security measure as far as having a vent on the property. So staff's position is still the same, that the vents be placed flushed underground. Now, as far as the other speakers, Mr. Kramer would be addressing some of those that was brought up. Thank you.
Mr. Kramer, before you speak, we had a late speaker card that came in, and I'd like to allow that person to be able to address the commission. Linda Pong, we just got your card, if you'd like to speak.
My name is Linda Poor, and I live in the Westlake
I apologize.
area. That's all right.
And your city of residence?
City of residence is Thousand Oaks. I'm right across the street from the park. The only thing that I'd like to say, which I wasn't going to say anything, is that everybody's made comments regarding the health issues and why you can't mention it. Well, that's fine, but I used to work in the legal field, and you know whether you can mention it or you can't, and if this is truly a health issue, which there is not enough documentation to know whether there is or there isn't, because there have been people in the past who have sued because of this issue. The City of Thousand Oaks, and also the park, and Verizon, and any other entities that made any kind of contract for this tower, if it should cause some health effect, if it should cause some cancer of some type, or a radiation problem of some type with somebody in the area, and since it is a park, and this park is a very active park. It has children there all the time. It has teams of different activities, of youth activities there constantly. And if it should harm just one person because of this, everyone would get sued. Whether it's truly their fault or it truly isn't their fault, the time that you spend on litigation and the costs, I would think, would not make this tower cost-effective for the city, for the parks, for Verizon, or anyone else. And there is nothing that establishes that it does or that it doesn't, and each case is done by a case-by-case basis, and you have to bring in doctors to show whether or not that this particular tower caused this cancer, or caused this dementia, or caused this, heart problem, or whatever it is. And if there can be another way to remedy Verizon where they can get their adequate coverage, perhaps like buying that product from the store if they want it, or moving the tower to some other location, but having it actually centralized right where the neighborhood is, and having all these children, which are going to be right there. And I mean, there are hundreds of children every week that visit that park and that stay there and play games, or the younger children that stay there during the day to have their activities. And I'm just against it, and I think that there should be a better solution for it, and I wish we would take those issues into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there questions of the speaker? If not, we will go back, and Mr. Kramer, if you can now make your comments.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take each of the speakers in order. Starting with Mr. Robinson. He's indicated that Verizon has made it a mandate to require above-ground vents. It may be a mandate, but in fact, they continue to process sites with underground vents and also have a number of legacy sites that remain as underground. We don't, at the staff, we don't look at that as being controlling over city policy. To the extent that there are already existing street furniture along the street, frankly, the counter-argument, of course, is that we want to minimize the street furniture. That's the basis of the policy. So we try and minimize the impact on the right-of-way. Trying to equate a cell site and the amount of heat that it throws off as opposed to a FCE Edison transformer, which operates at much higher temperatures and has to have different types of ventilation, just it's apples to oranges. Moving on to Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark raised the issue of what are called femtocells. In other words, cell sites or microcells that are purchased from a particular carrier to serve a particular home. The courts have told us clearly that that is not considered as part of coverage. It is not a substitute for coverage, and when we consider these cases, we don't look at femtocell availability for a variety of reasons. Number one is the femtocells are not, depending on the company especially, available to all users to be able to access that. Number two is that it requires another type of connection to the internet to connect back that femtocell to the switching center. So there are costs involved as well that fall onto the individuals. Three, not all of the services that are available on the main network, if you will, are available through femtocells. So that's why the courts have told us that as we consider these projects, we do not consider whether femtocell service is available from a particular carrier. Mr. Burrows talked about whether this produced revenue to the city. As Mr. Chu indicated already, this is not a revenue issue. This is a right-of-way issue, and we're looking for the best location. So this falls under time, place, and manner under the state rules that govern this location. And that was a question as well, which is, why here? It's because the state has granted them access under state law rules to access our right-of-ways to put these facilities. Telecommunications facilities like this are regulated by the PUC, and the PUC, actually one of the very first laws adopted by the newly formed state of California, dealt with telegraph line connectivity, and the current rules for cell phones actually drive their history all the way back to that. So California has over 150 years of history of allowing telecommunications services in our rights-of-way. So that's why it's there. It's not a cost or revenue benefit to the city. And I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it either, so Mr. Lenhan, or I hope I'm pronouncing it. Okay, good. Mr. Lenhan raised also RF health issues. Again, as I've already described in great detail, the public's concern is very, very real. We understand that. It certainly is not that we're trying to ignore the public, but we have clear rules on point from Congress that tell us what our authority is. And certainly to the commenters who talked about the fact that they can't talk about it, obviously a lot of them tonight have. The issue is not whether they can talk about it. It's what you can do with this information. That's more for the city attorney to advise you if it's appropriate. In terms of moving to the back of the park, Mr. Kleinman also raised an issue of that moving it to the back of the park. That's really for Verizon to speak to. I've told you what my analysis is of the RF information. To the extent, however, that cell sites get moved further from their center area of coverage, they tend to change character in terms of either the power output or the configuration. So the optimal location is within pretty much the center of the area to be served. Again, Verizon should be invited to discuss that when they come back up. And Ms. Poore also talked about our safety issues. We talked about that, and she also raised the issue of femtocells, which I've already discussed. So I think I've hit the points that were raised by the public, and of course I'm open to your questions.
Is there any other comments of staff? Mr. Town, do you have?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address a couple of points that were made. Speakers questioned how the decisions are made with regard to cell sites in Thousand Oaks. The primary criteria that are looked at in terms of any application such as this one is the resolution that has been mentioned before. It's number 97-197, and it requires the applicant to look at the zone within which the facility is proposed, describe obviously what is being proposed to make sure it's consistent with the standards for that zone. That information is then reviewed by staff. It's reviewed by Mr. Kramer as our technical consultant, especially to be sure that in any scenario that the facility is the minimum necessary to provide coverage in that area. In this case, as we mentioned, there were 2 poles that have been reduced to 1. I'm not saying that's not still a significant issue, obviously, to those of you who live in this area. But that is one of the things that we look at. Minimum physical change to the environment is a key concern. Another part of this resolution that we look at, and something that the Commission always weighs, is the alternatives analysis. And if I could just beg the Commission's indulgence for a moment, this resolution states that an analysis shall be prepared by the applicant which identifies a reasonable number, if any exist, of alternative locations and or co-location facilities which are available for such use and would provide a reasonably equivalent level of the proposed communication services. So alternatives analysis is a key issue here. The 2 main areas that the applicant looked at according to their submitted information is the vicinity around Triangle Park, but also the medical building at the northeast corner of Triangle and Westlake Boulevard. And so part of the Commission's analysis and part of staff's analysis is whether that's a reasonable number of alternatives and whether those were looked at in sufficient detail. The decision by the Commission on a cell site like this, it rests with them. Their decision tonight is obviously appealable to the City Council. This is not a recommendation to the City Council. It's a decision by the Commission and appealable within 10 days to the Council if that's appropriate. As far as the age of the resolution, we as staff recognize that it is getting on in years. We have actually, the City Council has initiated a municipal code amendment to review that, and staff is actually working on that municipal code amendment. It's likely this will be coming before the Commission in early 2011. To provide a recommendation to the City Council for subsequent consideration. So that is something that we're actively working with, but at this point in time, this resolution is the primary criterion with which we must base our recommendation to the Commission, and the Commission must act. So that's all I had at this time. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? I just have one for our city attorney. If you could just clarify for us again, what is within our purview on this case?
It's not on. Testing. There we go. Under the resolution that Mr. Town mentioned, this commission does have a lot of discretion in terms of aesthetics. However, the way the Telecommunications Act is worded, if the applicant can establish a significant gap in coverage and also an alternatives analysis that's sufficient, then the city cannot rely on aesthetics alone to deny the project. It's the way the law is written. If they meet those 2 criteria, then you have to grant the application with some discretion on what it looks like, but you would have to put it in the location if that's the best location. So it does limit your discretion. And again, this is an area, as Mr. Kramer pointed out, that the federal government has preempted and taken away from local control. And it's a difficult issue for not just this city, but all cities, for the residents who are potentially next to one of these. And it's difficult even for the providers too, because it's a struggle and it's expensive. So, but those are the two main issues. If they show a significant gap and a sufficient alternatives analysis, you're pretty limited in what you can do.
Thank you. Okay, we will go back to our applicant who has 5 minutes for their rebuttal. Again, if you could state your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Certainly. Justin Robinson, Long Beach, California. The fact that this is a difficult issue isn't lost on us. We know it's a difficult issue for you. We know it's a difficult issue for the residents surrounding these sites. And it's also a difficult issue for Verizon and their placement of these types of facilities. Mr. Kramer addressed just about all the comments, is essentially with the answers I was going to provide as well. We did look at the park. We met with the Parks Department, or the Conejo Park District, out at the site. The only viable location from their standpoint was the back corner of the park. And in the assessment of Verizon's RF engineers, the coverage would not. It would change the coverage characteristics, as Mr. Kramer stated, to not necessarily meet the objective of this site. And again, when we come in, when we understand that there's a need for a search ring, it's driven by many factors: customer complaints, need for additional coverage, need for additional capacity. We come in, we meet with staff, we look at their rules, the regulations, the criteria, and we try to fit an application or find a location that meets all of those. And in this case, we believe that we do have a good application here. And as far as the security issue with the vents, I addressed that earlier. Whether a 2-foot vent is considered a step or not, I think a 2-foot rock would be equally as able to help people. If you have any other RF questions, Jeremy Lee, Verizon's RF engineer, is here to address those. But again, I think we've got a good application. The site is a vault. It's underground. The vents will be screened in their in the currently proposed location. And we'd certainly like to request your approval of the project as proposed.
Is there any questions? Commissioner Fisher?
Yes, a question related to if you put a tower at the back of the park. Did you do any RF analysis of what kind of coverage that would be?
Yeah, and again, Jeremy Lee's here. He did run a propagation model at that location at the back of the park, and he can certainly address that if needed.
Was that, I'm looking through our documents, was that provided to us?
No, it was not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fisher, do you have any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Reynolds?
It's a question that we usually ask the applicants. Do you agree to all the conditions?
We do agree to the conditions with the exception of, obviously, the vent placement.
The number 9, then.
Right,
So you
yeah.
don't agree to all the conditions. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adam?
Thank you. It says that the ideal spot would be that West Shore Medical Plaza. And I think if I recall from my reading, they didn't want to grant a lease, but that was in 2005. Was the last time you talked to them? That was. Did I get that year right? Was that 5 years ago?
I think they were initially approached in 2005, again in 2007, and again towards the end of last year.
Oh, really? Okay. And the answer's been no all the way up to
Yeah,
this
and
year.
in fact, every carrier has tried to locate there, and even gone in as kind of a consortium, and they wouldn't allow to agree to a lease.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, our city attorney has some clarification they'd like to make, if you don't mind.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of supplementing my comments about the significant gap in coverage and the alternative analysis, I want to clarify that your discretion is limited if, besides establishing a significant gap in coverage, that they can show that they're using the least intrusive means in terms of the location and the technology for the cell site. So, for example, if there were other alternative sites that the Commission wanted to consider that you would deem in your discretion to be less intrusive, then you are, of course, able to consider those. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for Mr. Robinson? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Okay, we will now close the public hearing and open up for commission discussion and/or a motion. Commissioner Adam.
Thank you. Well, we've heard a lot of cell tower cases, and some of them are a lot easier than this. There'll be a carrier that wants to put an antenna on a Southern Cal Ed tower along the freeway, and it's not near any houses, and you can barely see it, so nobody really cares. So that's easy. We were asked in our staff report to take a look at a cell tower that would be identical, actually, to the one they want to put in front of the park on Crest Haven, which is right next to Westlake Boulevard. It's 35 feet high. It's got the 5-foot radome. The location there is a little closer to homes. However, it is out on the boulevard, and people are going by 50 miles an hour. And Crest Haven. Yeah, I think it's good. Kind of a different layout than what you folks are looking at, because, again, it's 50-mile-an-hour road and a little different. So it's kind of a case-by-case situation. In the case of this situation, we have a very, very residential area with a nice little community park. I'm very familiar with that area, actually. And number one, I don't feel that either the applicant has proved that there's a coverage gap. I think the applicant and Mr. Kramer both say that you have coverage there. So it's more of a capacity issue, and capacity is something that's more of a optional thing. You have coverage there. I also feel that based on the resolution, the 13-year-old resolution, it does have some good points in it, that we can look at compatibility, and we don't necessarily have to grant a special use permit if there is an adverse detrimental visual impact to the neighboring residents. This pole is 50% higher than the pole that's there now. It's wider, and it's got a big radome on the top of it. And when I think of that Crest Haven pole placed in front of that park, in my opinion, there is a significant visual impact. It's right in front of the park. And I think it also, there's another phrase in the report, substantially alters scenic view sheds. I think that it would definitely do that. It's not in scale with the rest of the poles there. It's going to stick out like a sore thumb, in other words. There's one other small part in this report that talks about if the radome is higher than 3 feet tall, we don't necessarily have to accept it unless if it proves that it gives more coverage. Well, this radome is 5 feet tall. And again, I don't think there's proven that there's any lack of coverage, so it's actually 2 feet taller than what the resolution prescribes. And then you throw in the lack of consensus between the city and the applicant over where to put this vault and where to, if these things should be flush mounted or not, which is just a kind of a little sidelight, but I don't think it's a particularly good reflection on the applicant that they have not been able to come to an accord with the city after all this time. So I think everybody can see what I'm leading up to here, based on the fact that I believe there is coverage, and based on the fact that this is not a compatible pole with the rest of the park, and it does present an adverse detrimental visual impact. It would be my not inclination, it would be my motion that we in fact deny this application.
Comments to the motion? Commissioner Fisher.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Norman if he can weigh in on what Commissioner Adam just went through.
Commissioner Fisher, maybe you can be a little more specific. My memory isn't that good.
With regard to out of character for the area and the view shed and how it looks in a neighborhood, is that something that can be considered?
Let me answer it this way. Those are appropriate to consider under the city's current resolution, so long as you can also find that there is either not a significant gap coverage or that it's not the least intrusive means of fulfilling that gap coverage. So if you can make either of those, then yes, you can consider those aesthetics in your determination.
Okay, thank you. I think my view is probably a little bit different, but I'm coming more from the part of, we had a lot of discussion about the site being located towards the back of the park. The applicant said, yes, they did look at that, but we don't have any maps in front of us to show what the coverage would be at that site. So at least where I'm coming from is I don't believe that, we've explored every opportunity that we have in this area. Maybe they're right on target that doesn't, make their coverage better, but we've got nothing in front of us to, make that. So indirectly supporting Commissioner Adams' denial of it, but mine's based on, I don't think an adequate coverage plan has been looked at, and all locations have been looked at in that area.
I'd be happy to tack that onto the motion.
Excuse me, before we go on, I've been passed a message that the applicant may like to address the commission again. So I would like to ask the commission's permission, probably by vote, if we could reopen the hearing back up so that the applicant can address us. Could I see if you are in favor by raising your hand? Okay. All right. Mr. Robinson, did you want to address the commission again? Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry.
No problem. If it would help the commission further to provide some of that additional information for the back of the park, we'd certainly be willing to do that if the case was continued, if that would help the commission at all.
Okay, so Mr. Robinson, are you asking for a continuance?
Yeah, I am, and I'll provide the information on the park location for you, and if there's any additional information to help bolster our case, I'd be happy to provide that as well.
Excuse me just 1 minute, Mr. Robinson.
No problem.
Okay. I've asked our city attorney to kind of clarify kind of the parameters for doing the continuance. So if you could make some comments in regards to that. If we were to grant a continuance, what would the applicant need to be doing?
Yes, Madam Chair. If you're going to grant a continuance, I would highly recommend that, and perhaps each of you can state what you would hope the applicant would bring back at the next meeting that you don't have here now, to make it worthwhile.
Okay, if that's the case, then I'm going to go back to my fellow commissioners, and the first thing that we would need to determine is whether or not we would like to grant the continuance. If we therefore decide we want to grant the continuance, then each one needs to make a comment of what we'd expect to see. To deal with the motion we currently have, would we have to first get the person who've made the motion? Okay. Commissioner Adam, would you be willing to withdraw your motion?
We can discuss. So we can discuss.
So we can consider. So we can consider the continuance.
Well, I mean, as far as my motion goes, there's no continuance that's going to change anything, frankly. I mean, I'm not as concerned about the alternative site as I am for the reasons that I stated, so.
Okay. Then we'll have comments to the motion that Commissioner Adam has brought forth. Commissioner Lunn.
Madam Chair, could you just have Commissioner Adam restate his motion again once more for us?
Commissioner Adam, could you restate your motion, please?
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Before I do that, though, the whole basis of this continuance would be more on the site location than anything else, correct? Is that correct?
Again,
I guess I'm asking
I think, okay.
I'm asking Mr. Norman that. I mean,
okay,
is that the applicant's basically saying we want more time to come back with a site analysis because, as Mr. Fisher pointed out, we don't have one.
Well, right, and I just wanted to make sure that the commission was clear with the applicant what the expectation would be if you were to grant the continuance.
I see. Okay. Well, all right. My motion was simply that again, I don't believe that this is a coverage issue. I think Mr. Kramer and the applicant have both stated that there is adequate coverage there. And anecdotally, from the folks in the audience here, they seem to be getting adequate coverage too. And we, on the basis of that, we don't have to grant capacity. There is not a gap there that's been proven to me by the applicant. And furthermore, I do feel that, you got to look at these case by case, but I do feel in this particular case, in the setting that it's in the park with the extremely residential area, that this is not, this 35-foot high pole is not compatible, and it is an adverse detrimental visual impact on the neighboring residents, and therefore we can rest on that to deny the special use permit.
First off, I'd like to let Mr. Robinson be able to sit down. Thank you very much. Commissioner Fisher?
Commissioner Adam, with that motion, were you tacking on my additional that based on what was provided, I don't think they've done an adequate job at looking at alternative locations?
Well, yeah, I was perfectly willing to tack that on, but as I think about it, if that's going to call for I think the neighbors deserve a decision here, and if that's going to create a continuance, and we all have to come back here and do this again 3 months from now, then I would, and with all due respect, because I think you have a good point, I would not tack that on to the motion. I would let it stand as it is. But if unless we can all agree that there's no continuance necessary here, I'd be happy to put that on.
Well, I was under the impression that we'd have to vote on a continuance, but now you've got a motion back on the floor.
Yep.
So along with what you've said to back up a denial of the application, I was asking if you still intended to tack on my comments of I don't think an adequate review was done of alternate locations.
I mean, I would be willing to put that on. Yeah. And I think that's an adequate motion for denial.
Then I would support Commissioner Adams' motion on the floor.
Additional comments to the motion? Commissioner Lunn?
I would support the motion also.
And I also will support the motion. I think that with Commissioner Fisher's statement and that you accepting that I'm comfortable with the motion.
And Commissioner Adam, I need you to clarify for the motion, is this with or without prejudice?
Let me say something about that in here, because it's a final decision. If you support the motion to deny, that's a final decision that can be appealed to the council, and then the council, if it's appealed, gets to look at it all over again. So I don't think you can do it with prejudice or without prejudice. You either deny it, you either support the motion to deny or you don't.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. We don't have to do either way because the applicant does have the ability to go to the council. So since we don't have final say on it, then I don't think that that's probably necessary. But with or without prejudice business.
It's not so much because whether you have a final say on it, it's...
No, they can appeal.
They can appeal it, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to add some additional comments to this. And as you can clearly see, these decisions don't come very easily. And one of the things that I'd like the public to understand is that all of us are representatives of you. We are trying our very best at any point in time to weigh the needs of all of the citizens and try in our very, very best to do the right thing. Striking a balance at times is probably one of the most difficult things that we have to do. And with that, I'm going to go back to my fellow commissioners and ask them by a show of hands, all in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed? And the recording secretary, if you can, we're doing this a little differently than normal. Normally we have buttons and we push lights and it shows up.
Motion passed 5-0 to deny application SUP 2009-70333.
Any aggrieved party who wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision may do so by filing an appeal with the Community Development Department within 10 days. Okay, I have a call for a 10-minute break. Oh, well, we're going to make it a 10-minute break. So we'll have a 10-minute break, and then we will resume, about 8:20. We're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. Will the secretary please call case PPD 2010-70308?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case SUP 2010-70308, applicant AFC Commercial Real Estate Group, request to allow for an additional freestanding monument sign in a retail center. Location 2072 East Avenida de los Arboles.
Thank you very much. The staff report this evening is given by Mr. Joey Lin with the Community Development Department. Good evening, Mr. Lin.
Good evening, Chair Gramley and member of the Planning Commission. For your second consideration this evening, special use permit application, has been filed requesting to add additional monument sign to existing retail center. If I may direct your attention to the monitor, the project location is at 2072 East Avenida de los Arboles. Application is for a new freestanding monument sign to locate at the southwest corner of Herbs Road and Avenida de los Arboles. Project location is a 4-unit retail center located in the northeast corner of an existing retail center. Current evaluation, there are already 2 existing monument signs approved at the Oak Brook Shopping Center on each side of the boulevard. The application would be for a 3rd sign. This does require Planning Commission's review because it is more than 2 monument signs per code. The code allows for up to 2 monument signs, freestanding monument signs for existing retail center having 2 street frontage. And this also requires the Planning Commission's approval because condition number 31 of DP 78-422, major modification 12, stated that there should be no additional sign without Commission approval. The analysis of the existing retail center, there are currently a total of 4 freestanding monument signs for a combination of 2 plazas in this case. The one with marks X with a circle is the Oak Brook Plaza monument sign. That's to the west of the plaza, and that is considered as a separate retail center. The one with the red solid dot is a DMV monument sign, and that's actually not reviewed by the city. That is a state requirement, not a requirement, but it's been reviewed by the state and the city. It's outside the city's review process. The 2 yellow X with the circle are the 2 existing monument signs that's located on the Avenida de los Arboles and on Herbs Road, and those are the 2 existing monument signs. The proposed monument sign is on the northeast corner of the plaza that's marked X, red X. This will be the 5th monument sign for the 2 plazas combined. This is looking southwest. The proposed sign will be on the corner of the intersection. This is a view of, on the left photo is the location looking northwest from Herbs Road from the sidewalk. The photos on the right is looking east from Avenida de los Arboles on the sidewalk. This is a closer look of where the proposed monument sign will be. The proposed monument sign would be close to where the coming soon sign is located at. This is a elevation of existing monument sign that's been approved, and it's located on, this is the one facing Herbs Road. There's an identical one facing Avenida de los Arboles. The proposed sign is maximum of 6 feet high with 8 feet wide. There's going to be a maximum of 4 tenants to be identified on the sign. The architecture of the sign will be complement to existing monument sign, and also it'll complement to the 2 existing monument signs in the plaza, and also to the building. This is a picture of a proposed sign. It'll be a textured background, stucco background to match the building with bricks at the base. In evaluation, staff supports a 3rd monument sign based on the following findings. The existing building, retail building pad is approximately about 7 to 8 feet lower than the adjacent street, making it less visible. There's also a large landscape area that separates the building. And one of the third finding is that the building is further away from the principal driveway to the plaza itself, making it more difficult to drive to. Staff recommends approval of SUP 2010-70308 based on the findings and subject to conditions contained in the staff report.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. There's this screen over here, the proposed letters, condition number 8, staff did recommend that the letters needs to be green rather than the red that's being proposed, and it's added in the condition number 8 of the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Is there any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, is the new sign going to have a light on it?
Yes, the new proposed sign will be internally lit.
Okay.
The requirement would be the background needs to be opaque, and only the letters could light up.
Okay. It looks like it's very much similar to the Oakbrook shopping sign. It's the same style and everything. And the photo that we have in our packet makes that Oakbrook sign look very large, but it's not really that big. Is the new one going to be the same dimensions?
The new proposed sign is 1 foot taller. It's a maximum height at 6 feet tall. It won't be as long. The dimension of the width of the proposed sign is 8 feet wide. The existing monument sign is approved at 12 feet wide.
Okay, and also where the new sign is going, there's really kind of, the property goes down there. Are they going to have to build it up or the landscaping in order to put this new sign there?
Yes, it would be the same height from the street grade.
From the sidewalk in, so they're going to have to build up that area?
Yes.
Okay, but the boxes, the mailbox or express mail or the other boxes will stay there on the sidewalk that are there now? I think there's some mail, there are two different standing mailboxes or some type of service, delivery service boxes there, and I would assume they're going to stay there. And they're further down or further south on that area. So
staff is not familiar with existing.
They aren't shown in the picture, but I see that some of the split rails. I'm very familiar with the shopping center because this is where I go to the market, and I noticed that the split rail fence has been removed. Where in this photo you gave us in our packet, will it be put back up?
It's not showing on the screen now. It will require that it has to be put back up.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Adam?
Thank you. All the lettering will be uniform, correct? It's not going to be company logos, is it? Who are the four tenants anyway? Do you happen to know, Mr. Lin?
The two existing tenants are Starbucks Coffee.
Okay.
And I think there's another pizza store. Maybe.
All right. So what I'm getting, I mean, the lettering that identifies the stores will all be uniform. It's not going to be a Starbucks logo and whoever you just said, a logo lettering. It's going to be just uniform lettering.
Right. Well, condition number 8 does require the letter color needs to be green.
No, I know the color needs to be green, but I'm saying, is it going to be the Starbucks logo there, or is it just going to say Starbucks in a uniform lettering, and then the next tenant has uniform lettering? Understand what I'm...
The maximum, actually the logo is not set. The code does require that logo cannot exceed over 20% of the sign area.
Well, okay. I need a little clarification on that.
Maybe I could
It's just seeing a logo, a company logo, and just a uniform lettering that would say Starbucks.
No, it's my understanding that it would allow, this sign would contain, and the city would allow the actual logo for the companies. We have done the same with the North Ranch Mall and other larger plazas. We do occasionally control the color of the logo, but the logo itself, we have allowed those to reflect the individual tenants in these plazas.
That's what I wanted to know. Good. And, you know, I find in 4 previous decisions, they went to great lengths to say a monument sign will be prohibited in this spot. 1986, 1987, prohibited. 1997, prohibited. 2001, prohibited. So here we are in 2010. We're looking at the sign, which, well, I won't get to that part, but now we have condition 8, and it says no other monument sign shall be permitted. Again, I wonder, should we want to say that again, or do we?
Mr. Town, you have some comments you'd like to make?
You want to leave that out this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick point of clarification. This area is actually 2 different shopping centers that share a common driveway and have common routes of access, common drive aisles, as we call them. The plaza that we are dealing with is called the Oakbrook Shopping Center. It's the Easterly Shopping Center. The one on the west is called Oakbrook Plaza. It's where Cisco's and other businesses are located. The reason we put this in was really twofold, simply to give some background about both plazas, because to the average person that goes there, they probably don't recognize that technically there are 2 different plazas approved under 2 different development permits. They happen to be approved the same evening, but technically it's 2 different shopping centers. But then also, both of the shopping centers have 2 existing monument signs, and so our interpretation in going back and looking at these conditions was that we believe the intent was to put the property owners on notice that if they wanted to propose a 3rd monument sign, it would require a special use permit, and they would need to go to the Planning Commission for your review.
That's good. Thank you.
Do you have any additional questions, Commissioner Adam?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll go ahead to the applicant. The applicant speaker this evening is Bruce Rords. Mr. Rords, if you could state your name and city of residence for our record, please.
Good evening. It's Bruce Rokos, and although I moved to Thousand Oaks in 1979, I'm currently a Moore Park resident. Honorable Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioner, staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. My name is Bruce Rokos. I'm the owner of Signs Pacific in Oxnard, and we are here on behalf of the applicant AFC Commercial Real Estate Group. The proposed monument sign is necessary for these invisible business tenants located on this separate parcel contained within what's commonly known as the Oakbrook Shopping Center. This is a separate parcel. It's separately owned. You'll notice the proposed monument sign does not reflect the Oakbrook Center name. To address a couple of questions right off the top here, with regard to the uniform lettering, we are certainly willing to accept the ruling that it would be uniform lettering. They would not have their logoed lettering of a uniform color, but we are requesting that the logo for the individual tenant be allowed. So in the percentages that are discussed, not to exceed 20%, for instance, you would see the circular logo for Starbucks, and then in a common font to be agreed upon by staff would be the Starbucks name. There's a bank proposed there. So even though they do have their unique lettering styles, that would not be used on this sign. Also, you made a statement that it had been denied 4 times on this spot. Actually, when Taco Bell was proposing, Taco Bell requested a monument sign near their location, but not at this location. So the location has varied from where it's been requested. Let's see. The monument sign is designed to be harmonious with the existing signs. It is designed exactly like the other 2, the top portion is, but this will allow for multiple tenants to be placed rather than the center name. And its color and architecture are fitting in with the businesses, the buildings to the best of our ability. Typically, we like to design monument signs to look like the buildings, but since there's not outstanding architecture on these buildings, it's best to design it to match the other monument signs. A question was raised as to the split rail fencing and whether that would be replaced. Because of the low rise and the location of the signage, the split rail fence would likely block it in many ways. So we request that a small area be allowed that would not have the split rail fencing. We would also build up the area. We have submitted plans to the city by an appropriate architect to build up the land in a small manner to be able to give the sign a nice flat footing there. There will be no trees or other, the trees will not be affected, cut, or moved in any way, shape, or form to allow for this. That location was chosen very carefully to make sure that the foliage wouldn't be affected. This sign does fit within all the existing sign standards for monument signs within the city, and it meets all the setback requirements, so there won't be any line of sight issues for the people making the turn from Arbalest onto Herbs. You see the proper setbacks. You can see a pedestrian there in the walkway and on the sidewalk, so that doesn't pose an issue. The sign will, of course, benefit people that are unfamiliar with the area, that are traveling in the area, to help them find these businesses that are invisible. There will be a bank there, which is a major draw for Starbucks, and we have 2 other potential tenants that could go into the business. Further clarification about signage allowed to per center, but again, this is not part of the Oak Brook Center. It happens to be sitting in the Oak Brook Center, but it is separately owned. Although it may be considered the 5th monument sign for the 2 plazas, you're talking a distance of greater than a quarter of a mile on Avenida de los Arboles, if you can consider the DMV sign to be a monument sign when it's a simple wood sign. That doesn't really meet with what we're trying to achieve here. And in closing, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you, and I hope you consider our proposal, and we'll give your approval. Thank you. Questions of applicant? Commissioner Adam?
Okay, what I meant was, I was thinking the logo would be, stretched out the width of the sign. So you're saying you put the logo in the circle and then just have uniform printing for the name of the company?
Correct, in that it may be a circle, it may be a square. For instance, Wells Fargo Bank has their logo style, it's a square as opposed to a circle. Yeah. So it won't exceed 20%. The ratios you see depicted here are approximate, do meet the criteria of the 20%, not to exceed 20%.
That's good, that's tasteful. Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The top name, in the picture it shows it is larger. Will, like Chase Bank or whatever, will that be your main tenant? Will that be in larger letters?
Yes, as depicted, it will be the anchor tenant for the building.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, we'll go back. Thank you very much. We'll go back to city staff for, before we go back to city staff, we do have one speaker card. This is from Leo Brongstein. Mr. Brongstein, you will have 5 minutes. If you could state your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Leo Bronstein, Thousand Oaks. I live in the neighborhood, so I'm familiar with the shopping center. I think it's a neighborhood-friendly shopping center, and I think the signs are perfectly adequate. I don't think we need a lot more signage. It blends in nicely with the community, and I just feel, even though this little separate unit is kind of set off in the corner, with the wall signage that they have, when it was Blockbuster, it was quite visible. Everybody knows that there's a Starbucks there, Papa John's, and I think by adding the extra signs, it'll just kind of change the look of the shopping center.
Is there any questions? Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Okay, now we'll go back to city staff.
Staff does agree with Mr. Rocco regarding about the picket fence. The picket fence by installing a back will block the letters stuff, it wouldn't be required to put it back.
Any questions, any further questions of city staff? Okay, Mr. Town, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on a comment just made by the speaker, one alternative to this additional monument sign that we identified in the staff report is to allow additional on-building signage. The Blockbuster store did have an on-building sign facing Arborlace. We looked at that. We discussed that with the applicant. As mentioned before, there's a large landscaped area around the proposed sign location, and within that are about a dozen large trees. That was one of our considerations in terms of any on-building signs being somewhat effective compared to the monument sign, given that amount of landscaping. And so that's why staff did ultimately recommend approval of the monument sign. But we did consider that. It is something that the commission may wish to consider. But we did feel that a monument sign was appropriate, given the unique site characteristics of this location. Again, the location essentially below grade, the extensive landscaping, and the lack of proximity to primary drive aisles were the three main criteria that we looked at when we evaluated this site. The green lettering was something that staff required of this applicant for the exact reason that the speaker just mentioned, that is to try to help this sign blend in as much as possible with the adjacent residential area, because to the east and northeast is residential, literally to the city limits, and well, there's some open space in there, but there's no more commercial, so we're trying to find a sign design that not only met the standards for the center, but also tended to blend in as much as possible with that form of transition to the adjacent residential from this commercial center. So just wanted to clarify those points.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Is there any questions of staff? Commissioner Reynolds?
Regarding the split rail fence, I have a real problem if it goes back up, if it's going to block the monument sign. Plus, I don't know how correct the photo is that we were given, but I don't even see how the split rail fence could go back up with the monument sign there, the way it hits. I would hope that staff would take a look at, they're probably submitting, a landscaping plan for this, if they have to build the area back up, and I don't know if that's an oak tree or what the tree is at the corner. But I have a real concern about that split rail fence being made to be put back up there if it's going to block this, sign.
As staff briefly responded to Mr. Rocco's comment, staff does agree with Mr. Rocco regarding about putting up the split rail fence. Staff would agree not putting it back.
Oh, staff does agree to not put it
Yes.
back. I'm sorry, I thought that you said that it would be put back, so. Okay, then I'm okay with it.
Any additional questions of staff? If not, we'll go back to you, Mr. Rokos. You have 5 additional minutes for any additional comments that you'd like to make.
Mr. Bronstein's concerns that everybody knows that the locations, that the building is there, that the Starbucks is there, because of the minimal signage, because the signage is pointed in toward the rest of the center. You have to be in the center to be able to see any of the signage on the building. And the city has been careful to design it in that way so that the neighborhood isn't affected by illuminated channel letters blaring out onto herbs or arbolas. So a great amount of thought has gone into that, and to minimize the light. You asked if it was illuminated. It is internally illuminated. The only light that will be emanating it will be through the green letters, which will be very minimal. And Blockbuster went out of business for a reason, so I guess somebody didn't know it was there. And all those nervous teenagers that finished their driving instruction at DMV will now see there's a Starbucks and they can pull right in there and get it. There are no protected trees. Staff indicated that there are no oak trees there, so it's not an oak tree. Based on staff, I've not done any independent analysis of the trees. And again, the sign cannot be located near either of the 2 driveways because that's where the 2 existing monuments are. So there really isn't an alternative location for this sign. This is the most out of the way, the most secluded, harmonious place that we could possibly put this sign and still aid these invisible tenants. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Rokos? Commissioner Lund?
Good evening, sir. I just wanted, for the record, to know whether you agreed with condition number 8 in regards to the letter, the color on the signs.
Absolutely. We agree to that condition as well as all the other
Thank you, sir.
conditions.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Rokos. Okay, we will now close the public hearing for commission comments and/or motion. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. As I said before, I do shop at the center, and I've shopped there for many years, and I thought that I knew there was a coffee place there, but I couldn't have told you that it was a Starbucks, because of when I drive in and drive around, I'm never coming towards the building. I knew there was a Blockbuster there. So I think that the sign is needed for that corner. I feel it's not as important for maybe the bank, because people will find if they use Chase Bank, but for the other 2 tenants or the 3 tenants that you're going to have there, I think that people will need to know what is down in that center, and it does sit down low. With that, I will move approval of SUP 2010-70308 with the findings and conditions as in the packet.
Comments to the motion, Commissioner Lund?
I concur with comments from my fellow Commissioner Reynolds. This is a well thought out and carefully planned case that we have in front of us tonight. It's very tasteful in the way that it's designed. This shopping center definitely has some oddities in terms of people being able to find businesses. With all due respect to the speaker that we had here this evening, not everybody lives in the neighborhood, and I will tell you that I've had personal experience trying to find the location there, and I've lived in the city due to a lack of signage. And this is one of those unique cases where I think that this is needed. It's well done, and particularly in light of the business climate that we have, not only in the city but throughout the nation, that this is probably the right time to do this. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Additional comments? Commissioner Adam?
Just briefly, it is a unique piece of property, and it may be 2 centers there, but to the everyday average shopper, it just looks like one big, long retail site, and I think the sign's definitely needed. Those shops are below grade, and there's trees blocking everything, and the sign's well within the ordinances. It's tastefully done, so I'm all for it.
Commissioner Reynolds, do you have any further comments to your motion? If not, could we vote by a raise of hands? All in favor? All opposed?
Motion passed 5-0 to approve application SUP 2010-70308.
Any aggrieved party who wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision may do so by filing an appeal with the Community Development Department within 10 days. Will the Secretary please call case DPMN 2010-70274/OPT 2010-70275.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6C regarding case DPMN 2010-70274 and OTP 2010-70275. Applicant, City of Thousand Oaks. Request to allow parking lot renovation, including installation of stormwater quality control measures, construction of carport structures with roof-mounted solar panels in the parking area in front of the library, and the removal of 8 oak trees. Location 2331 Borchard Road.
Thank you very much. The staff report this evening is given by Mr. Matt Chang with the Community Development Department. Good evening, Mr. Chang.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. And for your consideration today, development permit, minor modification, as well as oak tree permit application have been filed. And what the request is, the project location is at the Newberry Park Library Plaza, and you can see from this picture that this plaza consists of 4 different parcels, and the library, in which the city owns, the parcels within the middle, which is in the middle of the parcel, which is also where the library is. And the request for this project is to allow for parking lot improvements, landscape modifications, installation of stormwater quality control measures, as well as construction of 6 carport structures with roof-mounted solar panels in the front parking area of Newbury Park Library. And for the oak tree application, the request is to allow the removal of 7 oak trees, as well as transplanting of 1 oak tree in association with the construction of carports and landscaping modifications. And this is a site plan of the proposed project. You can kind of see it, what the carport basically will be in the middle of the parcel, which is the parcel owned by the city. And so none of the carport will be in the privately owned parcels. And staff would like to provide some background information to this project as well as this parcel. Back in '73, the project was approved under development permit applications to allow the shopping center. And in 1989, a modification was approved to allow the conversion of a vacant supermarket into the current Newbury Park Branch Library. And in January of 1991, Newbury Park Library opened. And within the last 19 years, there's no major repair as well as renovation to the existing shopping center. And the existing shopping center is in need of major renovations, as you can see in the photo slide later on. And as a part of the 2009 to 2010, as well 2010 to 2011 capital improvement program budget is included for the complete parking lot renovations. And this picture taken from in the middle, taken from looking at the front of the library. As you can see, the asphalt in the driveway is in need of a repair, and the carport structure basically will be right in front of you under those where the cars parking at. And this is a different picture taken from the bank, which is closer to the Borcher Road entrance. And the solar panel will be a little bit toward the center of the plaza. And this is a different angle taken from the Michael Drive entrance, which is close to the Alamo restaurant. And for carport structures, city staff has identified Newbury Park Library as a candidate because of the high electricity use, as well as a large parking lot with good southern exposure. And as part of the staff report, staff attached alternative analysis, which is provided by the finance department, and also a conceptual exhibit are provided for a commission's review. And as part of the this project proposal, since city has not selected the actual design firm to design the project yet, what staff is bringing in for your review today is a conceptual review and also getting a preliminary approval for this project. So any comments staff receive from the commission today will be forwarded to the eventual firm to be, then they will incorporate all the comments as well as suggestions into the final design phase. And as the staff mentioned before, carport are located within the city-owned parcels. And there are 6 carport structures being proposed, and each one of them is 30 feet wide. And the length depends on some are 54 feet long and some are 78.5 feet long. And the total approximate square footage of 6 carport is about 13,700 square feet. And the height of carport structures are expected to be between 8 feet 2 inches to 10 feet at the lower end, and 14 feet and 6 inches to 18 feet at the higher end. And as staff mentioned before that, the actual height of the carport well, depends on the final design. So the design is subject to change, but the height should be within that range number. And staff suggest that condition number 14, 15, as well as 16 require the actual design to comply with the approved concept, as well as city design criteria for commercial projects. This is a photo simulation provided by the city. As you can, this is a picture taken from Butcher Road, and the one above it is before, which is the existing condition, and the one below is after, which you can see the solar panels. And there's something staff would like to point out, that the after picture, even though it includes the carport structure, but it didn't include any additional landscaping. Because for this project, staff as well as the city is proposing to have additional landscaping along Borcher as well as Michael Drive. So with the finished landscaping, the carport will be less visible as you look from the Borcher Road or Michael Drive. And here's a more close-up look at the actual a photo simulation of the carport structure and approximating what it looks like and the approximate height and design. And this is a view taken from Michael Drive. As I stated before, that the existing pictures on the top and the proposed pictures at the bottom, and additional landscaping will be installed along Michael Drive. The other part of this project is to have a brand new landscaping plan for this project. And what the concept is to have a uniform and consistent landscaping, and mainly to have Brazilian pepper trees along Michael Drive as well as the Borcher Road, to create a landscape feature which have a consistent uniform design. Within the middle of the plaza, which is where parking lot is, staff city is proposing to have Bradford pear, which is easier to maintain since that's where the carport structure is, and you won't have a shading effect to affect the efficiency of the carport solar panel as well. And for a landscaping plan, the project is to provide a coherent landscape theme for the plaza. And the project will have a minimal tree removal while maintaining most of the healthy and mature existing trees. As staff mentioned before, additional Brazilian pepper tree will be planted along the two street frontage, which is one is facing Michael Drive and the other one is facing Borcher Road. And perimeter trees partially screen the carport from the adjacent street. So therefore, the carport will be less visible from the public street. And regarding the parking lot renovations, the whole project will be consist of approximately 2.8 acres for renovation. And what city wants to do for this project is to provide a good example of green building practice as well as a low impact development. For example, provide 4 rain barrels or rain tanks at the back of the library for roof runoff storage purposes, as well as provide a previous paver in the parking lot. There will be 2 parking spaces removed for one particular rain barrel tank at the back of the library. And staff has did some research and believe that parking spaces are adequate for this particular center. And regarding the oak tree permit application, this project will request to remove the 7 oak trees and transplant 1 oak trees. So totally there will be 8 oak trees involved for this project. And every one of oak trees are coast live oaks, and they are planted during the development process. So they're not historical oak trees. And 6 oak trees will be removed to accommodate the carport structures, and 2 oak trees will be removed to accommodate the new landscaping in the parking lot. Staff recommend approval of the oak tree permit because the following findings. The first one is the shading from the oak tree could reduce the efficiency of the solar panel system, which will require more city staff time to maintenance as well as monitor. And then second finding is staff has evaluated all the trees within this plaza, and only oak tree number 56, which is rated B in health and appearance, and the other 7 oak trees, it is staff's opinion that they have a poor appearance and they don't look strong enough to survive any type of a transplanting. Here are the picture for the oak trees. The one to the left, which is tree number 56, that tree will be transplanted to the corner of Orchard Road and Michael Drive, which is right behind the monument sign. And the one to the right, which should be tree number 57, which should be removed. As you can see at the current pictures, the tree growth could affect the efficiency of the solar panel system. So if the oak tree is going to stay where the current locations, you will require a lot of city staff time to monitor the growth and also the maintenance of the oak tree. Here's tree number 62, which is to your left, and oak tree number 63, which is to your right, and both will be removed. And tree number 70 and 71, and carport will be installed at this location as well. And here's tree number 73 and 74. The removal of those 2 oak trees is to provide a new landscaping at this location. So we have a consistent landscaping theme as well as design among the interior of the parking lot. So we don't have a different species and different design within the whole parking lot. As part of oak tree mitigation, tree number 56 will be transplanted within the plaza. And as a removal policy per the oak tree ordinance, for every 1 oak tree removed, 3 replacement trees shall be planted. So therefore, staff is suggests a condition to require a 21 replacement oak tree to be planted in outside Conejo Recreation and Park District locations. And for environmental review, this project is qualified for Class 1, Class 3, and Class 4 exemptions. And Class 1 is basically what this improvement do not result in the expansion of existing use. And Class 3 exemptions, because this the proposed carport are considered accessory structures. And Class 4 exemption and the proposed landscaping preserve of most of the existing healthy and mature trees while installing additional trees to provide a uniform design as well landscaping as the theme. At the end, staff is recommending the Commission to approve this project based on the findings and subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff's ready for any question.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Is there questions? Commissioner Fisher.
Yes, on attachment number 1, it talks about the library roof. It says it's in good condition and is scheduled for replacement at least 4 more years. So the replacement of that roof, is it going to take a major renovation, or is it just replacing, tar and paper or that type of thing?
Good evening, Commissioners. I can answer that. I'm Elizabeth Perez, the Facilities Manager and Project Manager for this project. And yes, we looked extensively at the roof, and it's a very old center. It's a wood-structured bow truss, and so it's not just the roof. If we put anything up there, we have to redo the structure itself. So even though the roof looks like it's going to last at least 4 more years, if we were to go ahead and do solar, it would be a major renovation, and so that's why we started looking at the parking lot.
Okay, so there are plans to replace the roof, correct?
Correct. We'll probably catch that in a 2-year budget, maybe 4 years from now.
And are you anticipating that, the major structural components of the building, will they have to change with this new roof?
We haven't really discussed that yet. We'd probably take that back to the Council Capital Facilities Committee. If the solar project takes off and does well, at that time, we can re-roof with doing nothing to the structure. We can just put another roof on top of it. It's only if we decide to expand the solar, if we think that's something the City Council wants to move forward with, then we would do a major renovation. Otherwise, it would just be a standard re-roof.
Okay, I was just trying to, balance out the, the main reason for putting it in the parking lot is the cost of $300,000. So if you're replacing the roof anyway, is it even? Would it make sense to do the whole thing at once, or, not do it at all? Just looking at, I understand it's an artist rendering. I don't know that I'm still kind of digesting what it looks like. Not real thrilled about how it looks, but but then again, solar power on the other hand, I mean that's something that the city really needs to move to. But putting everything in one bucket and making a decision, it just seems like some more calculations need to go into what is the best long-term plan for this center. Maybe it does cost a little extra money, but in the long run, we've got a building that's going to last another 45, 50 years. So, reason for my question. Thank you.
Additional questions of staff? Commissioner Adam?
Yes, thank you. Anyway, okay. I'm thinking of something else. On the oak trees, I don't want to put anybody on the spot here, but who mangled these trees? I mean, there's 5 trees that are just, I can't think of any better word. They were mangled. And these are protected oak trees. And this is a city facility. How did that happen? All right, I put you on the spot. I'm sorry. But I went out and looked at those trees, and we're saying, well, we should take these trees out because they don't look good. They have a D appearance. Well, they have a D appearance because they've been hacked to pieces. And that's why they have a D appearance. 5 of the 8 anyway. And then we're saying, well, we have to take these trees out because the canopies may cover the solar panels. Well, I think the likelihood of that is pretty slim considering the fact that they've been, as the reports say, they've been improperly pruned. Clearance pruning is not allowed in the city code. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe there's not an answer. Is there an answer to that, Mr. Town?
Well, I can't say with any certainty who pruned the trees. Clearance pruning is allowed to provide clearance for vehicles, and it's part of our recent update to the oak tree regulations. In this particular case, the trees were rated either C's or D's on a scale of 8F. And I think it also has, maybe some of it has to do with the recent pruning, but the overall health of the trees is not ideal. If you look at the remaining tree itself, the foliage is not necessarily as dense as we see in other locations. The best rated tree, which is a B, is the one that we're proposing to locate to the corner as really a key feature and to put it in a planter, frankly, where it has more room to grow. I think everybody here appreciates oak trees, myself certainly included, but we also want to locate them in places where they have the room to grow to their full potential. And these trees and these small planters in front of the library have never really been given that opportunity. Mm-hmm. The replacement trees, the evergreen pears, are ones that are, I think they're much smaller in terms of stature, very easy to prune, very easy to keep them away from these proposed solar panels. So that was the species that was selected for that interior portion of the parking lot. I should also note that the 21 replacement trees, the mitigation trees, at this point would be planted off-site. I've spoken with the Conejo Recreation and Park District, and we first talked about Michael Park across the street, but they didn't have any suitable location there based on irrigation and topography and so forth. So right now they're looking at several different places. One is in the Newbury Park area. It's the trailhead, the Windy Trailhead we call it, the Potrero Ridge open space. They're also looking into Conejo Creek South and also Thousand Oaks Community Park near Thousand Oaks High School. They can use trees at all of those locations. So at this point, that's where the 21 replacement or mitigation trees would go.
Well, I'm certainly appreciative of the fact that the trees will be replaced by municipal code. I just think that the condition that they're in is a direct result of this clearance pruning that these trees have been subjected to, and I just think that's very unfortunate. It shouldn't have happened. At any rate, and also I note that there's a picture in the staff report, solar carports at Cal State University Northridge, and I may be mistaken, but I think those are oak trees next to those solar carports. So I think it's questionable that the canopies are going to block the solar panels, but it's almost a fait accompli because these trees are so in such poor condition because of the clearance pruning. It's really not even an issue. They've been completely mangled. Anyway, I'll move on to something else then. I just was it's very unfortunate to see that when I went out there. It is it's an innovative approach. The green building, the solar panels, the rain barrels, the porous pavement. That's great. I mean, we should. If only we had known years ago, we would have been putting porous pavement in all these years. So now we're catching up. I did want to touch on one thing. We hear these projects and they're put before us, and I know this isn't exactly our purview, but the cost comes to mind. What I would like to ask you, well, number one is this been budgeted already into the facilities or the capital improvement budget? And number two, there's got to be a point where we're going to break even. We're going to 65% of the energy is going to be saved by these solar panels. So how many years is it going to take saving the energy to pay for the project? Has anybody figured that out yet?
We've been doing extensive analysis, actually, because we've been looking at this for 2 years, and the solar panels that went out at Hill Canyon Treatment Plant were done under a power purchase agreement where we didn't own the panels. Well, rebates with the state have changed. The incentives have gone, so there's more for the city. The city will be getting a $350,000 plus rebate incentive from the state. And we're also
from the state or
from
the
state. And we're also looking at ARA funds that may be used either solely on this project, or we're looking at Hillcrest. You're going to see that project come back before you. So between the two of the projects, with a simple payback, it could be as less as 15 years or less, which is actually phenomenal for a project like this. Most cities are actually, some of them are spending money to do renewable energy. It's actually costing them. So, looking at this without having all the definitives down because the design isn't complete, we're still looking at a really good payback. These systems have been out there for 25 years and they're still going strong. The warranties are 20 years plus. So if we can get 15-year payback, it's really looking great, and that's the way the numbers are sort of falling in line. So that's why I think the council committee was in favor of the project.
All right. Okay, so we're going to get a state rebate. Are we going to get a federal rebate too?
There aren't any federal rebates at this time.
Just state rebate, and it'll pay for itself in 15 years.
That's what we're looking at.
And in industry standard, that's good?
For a project of this size, I mean, a lot of times paybacks, for a capital project, you're going to want 7 years or less. But this is a major investment, and it's renewable energy. Okay. So when you're thinking halfway through or a little over halfway through, you're going to have a payback, that's really good.
All right. And will it generate enough power to power anything but the library or just the library?
We're looking at just the library. I'm conservatively had put in here 65%. It's possibly a lot higher because there's a third project going on where we're looking at energy upgrades to the whole mechanical system, which should go in next year also. So if we get 15% efficiency there, we could be at 75, maybe even a little higher.
Okay.
So it's going to be a really good demonstration project as to how we can really look at renewable energy in a practical sense.
All right. And has this been budgeted in the, is there budgeted funds in the capital improvement budget for this project, and how much is it?
We have the $700,000 budgeted for the parking lot because that was discussed 3 years ago. Well, 3 years ago, we hadn't looked at the site for solar. So the actual solar portion hasn't been budgeted. What we took to council in July that they approved was a tentative, here's what the estimated costs are going to be with the rebate, with the ARA funds. And so when we go out to bid, we'll come back to council for that approval, but the committee has been giving us the go-ahead to keep pursuing the project. So the actual solar capital funds have not been budgeted just yet.
Okay. But do you have an estimate of what this whole thing's going to cost then, ultimately?
I think what we were looking at was 1.2 for everything, but then there's the rebates. So, you know, we have the 700 for the parking lot. That was going to cover a more extensive project. I tell everybody the way bids are going right now in the economy, you never know. So it could come in lower, it could come in higher.
Okay. Gross of 1.2, less rebate.
Right.
And we have 700 budgeted.
Right.
All right. Okay. Good. I'm glad I asked. And Commissioner Fisher, I think, was getting at the fact that maybe ideally we'd want to see it on the roof versus in the park. Is that what you were getting at? Yeah. And I would think the same way. Ideally, it would be nice on the roof. So are we being short-sighted by saying, well, you know, we'd have to beef up the roof a little bit, but since we may have to do that in 4 years anyway, do we want to get in there and fix the roof and put it up there and not have it in the parking lot? Or
we discussed that with the council committee, and I think everybody actually wanted this as a demonstration project where you can see it. If you put it up on the roof, you can kind of talk about it, but you can't give tours, and you can't, and it would be limiting a little bit more. There's more shading involved with the parapet and such, and so, yeah, we could have done that sooner than later, but I think the council actually liked the idea of having this be a project that everybody could see and touch rather than something that is so far removed that you're not going to be able, this is going to be a great hands-on for school kids to come and look at. And again, the whole project as a whole for sustainability is kind of exciting with the rain barrels. We have our civil engineer here, Jensen Design. I don't know if they've done that yet anywhere with the rain barrels. We sort of brainstormed to get creative with this and see what we could do to get a good project. You know, parking lots, it's only every 25 years you get to redo them, so you don't get too many chances to do something innovative.
Okay, good, very informative. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Just quickly, after the approvals, how long do you think it'll be before you start the project?
Well, we still haven't got our designer for the solar panels, so we're interviewing next week. So I think they'll jump on board pretty quickly. And we still haven't decided whether we're going to put them both projects out at the same time, the solar and the parking lot. We could actually do them separately. Either way, I think it's going to be a spring project.
Okay.
If all goes well, we could have solar online by summer.
The reason I was asking is because I know that one of the Newbury Park High School booster clubs has the Christmas tree lot there. And so they'll at least have this year, and they'll be made aware that there might be structures and not be able to use the lot then the following years.
Yeah, we've been in constant discussion with them. There's actually a licensing agreement to allow them to use it this year. Council will be seeing that next month. So we're actually not sure what will happen, whether they, and they were looking at options too, but they're aware of everything.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Thank you.
I have one additional question that I'd like to ask. I'm finding this project a little unusual that we are not seeing any designs actually for what's going to go there. So we're approving it kind of conceptually, which I have to tell you makes me feel really, really uncomfortable. It appears to be an exception for the city that we would not give if this happened to be a commercial applicant. Why don't we have something in front of us?
Well, we've had some timing issues trying to get this forward to council and get the rebates. And most of the structures, it's sort of a design-build industry, and we aren't to the point where we have had the designer. We have to spend an awful lot of money once we get to that point, and they all kind of have their unique panels, and that doesn't come until actually after you bid it to decide what the actual panel looks like. It sounds a little backwards. Most of them all are very, very similar, and we're very open to if there's a certain parameter that the commission would like to say, you know, we don't want to see them all connected, we want spaces every 20 feet, or those kinds of things we can put into it, but they all basically end up being sort of similar. So that's why we thought the preliminary concepts were enough to go on at this point. It's sort of a timing issue.
Mr. Town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just augment Ms. Perez's comments. It is somewhat unusual that you have conceptual plans in front of you, but as was just explained, there is a reason for that. And I just wanted to draw to the Commission's attention conditions 15 and 16. These are on pages 44 and 45 of your packet. What they require is that staff review and approve the final site plan as well as the carport structures. Carport structures in particular is there as condition number 16. And if the final design is not consistent with the conceptual approval that you would grant tonight, then staff would bring that back to the Commission for your final review and approval. It's within the Commission's prerogative if you would like us to bring back the final plans for your review. But I think through these conceptual plans and tonight's discussion, we'll have a clear idea of the Commission's intent, and I think it's fair to say that if there's anything that's not consistent with these concepts, that we would bring it back to the Commission.
And the reason for my question is that this particular area is a gateway to the Newbury Park area. And being that it is one of the gateways, I really do think that we need to take it very serious as to what its overall aesthetics is going to be. And looking at doing this on a conceptual basis without having something that we're really seeing, I think is a little bit dangerous. And especially we're setting precedent that, you know, what we require the public to do and what we do at the city is two different things. And I'm not sure that that's quite the way that we like to approach it. And I know that's a comment, and I probably should have made it at this time. Is there additional questions of staff? Commissioner Adam?
Sorry, what was that state rebate again? Did you give me a dollar amount on that?
It'll be at least $350,000. It's based on how much you actually generate. That's what I'm saying about. And if you want me to respond just to the concept comment one more time, if you look at attachment 2, we are pretty much kind of saying here's a section of what we're looking at, that what we're proposing is going to be very similar to this with the number of support columns. So, you know, it won't diverge very much from these conceptual renderings is what I'm trying to say.
And Ms. Perez, if you wouldn't mind, because I do see an additional person that's sitting there, if you could introduce who is to your left in case there's any questions that the Commission would like to ask.
Nader's here from Public Works, so if there's any Public Works conditions questions, feel free to ask Nader.
Is there any additional questions of staff? Commissioner Adam?
I should ask one more question about the letter from Ms. Forcella, the property owner, where she says, I cannot afford to pay my portion, but I am willing to make monthly installments. Would we be requiring her to pay any portion of this, or how would that work or not work?
Right. The city is in the CC&Rs, the city is responsible for the entire parking lot. So all the parcels, anytime any improvement is done, then they have to pay in their proportionate share. I did discuss with the attorney who is the representative for the Bank of America property. They're for the project, they just didn't have time to, attorneys, get a letter in writing. That's Mr. Forcella. He does have some concerns with being able to pay his fair share, and we're actually going to work with him on maybe making payments, installments with the city.
But they are obligated to pay. It's
Yes.
just we'd have to work out some payment plan.
Correct.
And is there a certain percentage of the overall project that they're obligated to pay for? Or?
They are only paying for a standard parking lot replacement. They will not pay for any upgraded stormwater quality items we're doing, nor will they pay for any of the solar, partially because that's all on our property. But we are just going to be getting a bid alternate for a standard parking lot replacement, and that's what their proportionate share. It's just based on square footage,
I see.
acreage.
Can you estimate what that might be?
I think his share is actually going to be close to $100,000.
Really? So that's another 100 coming into this project.
Right, that would be actually
Maybe
deducted.
spread over time.
Right, well, that's kind of why we weren't putting that in the numbers.
Well, it's good to know, though.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to public comment. I have 3 speaker cards. Our first speaker this evening is Mr. Bob Williams. Are you here, Mr. Williams? Okay. If you could come forward and state your name and city of residence for the record, please. And you
My
will
name
have
is-
5 minutes. Excuse me.
My name is Bobby Williams, and I live in Newberry Park, very close adjacent to this project. And I am not against the parking lot stormwater fixation, but the car parts with the solar panels, this is a terrible eyesore. If you can put them on the roof, like Commissioner Fisher suggested, it would be more, I think, sellable to the community, our little neighborhood. So it's going to be unsightly. Otherwise, I don't think in the planning, they would have put some trees along Orchard Avenue if it was going to be nice and pretty. They put them there to try to deflect because it's ugly. I think money can be spent much better elsewhere. And also, just in case the stormwater project is moved forward, right now the neighborhood is experiencing a very caustic problem with the school and parking. This parking lot has, the superintendent of school, I think it's Barstad, has designated this parking area for the parents to drop off and pick up schools to walk their children to school. So some mitigating efforts are going to have to be made. I know this is premature probably, but it should also be regardless of whether the solar panels go in or not, something's going to have to be done to help this neighborhood because we are really getting it in the short. So we ask that you consider the roof, number one, for the solar panels, and really for the carports themselves are not very aesthetic. Then when you stick solar panels on top of them, that in itself really makes for just an entrance to Newberry Park, because that's what this area is. So I ask your consideration in that regard. Thank you.
Questions of the speaker?
Just ask
Okay.
a quick question, if I may.
Oh, Mr. Adams has a question
I'm
for
sorry,
you,
sir.
Mr.
You might have
Williams.
mentioned this in your opening. Do you live near that spot?
I hear it.
I beg your pardon. Do you live near the?
I live very close.
Where do you live in?
I live on
proximity?
Deer Walk Place, which is two streets over. It's right off of Michael.
I see.
Little cul-de-sac.
Just trying to picture if there's a lot of residential around that library. And I think there is maybe across the street from it. There's not too much around the library itself, is there?
Yes, there is.
There is?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
I would like to just add a question for Mr. Williams, because I
Thank you,
just
sir.
want to make sure that I'm understanding your testimony, and what you were adding is an additional concern that regardless of the carport structure, when they go to look to redo the parking lot structure, there needs to be some coordination that's done with the local school. I believe it's Manzanita.
No, now it's been changed. It's Earth.
It's Earth. Okay, formerly Manzanita, now Earth, so that there is some way to deal with the potential problem with parents that are already using that parking lot as a place to drop their, to park and walk their children to school, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next speaker will be Mr. Nick Kidway, followed by Douglas King.
Nick Kidway, Director Concerned Citizens Thousand Oaks, resident of Newbury Park since 1979. Honorable and distinguished Chair Grumney, distinguished planning commissioners and staff. I would start off by saying that I am disappointed in that I had earlier even talked about not sufficient notice being provided and nobody picked up on it. The sign has been there for a month, but in fact what this does is that I didn't get a chance to look at the oak trees, etc. I took my grandkids to Baskin Robbins, and at 8:30 I drove through the parking lots, and it was dark, and I saw the pathetic condition of the oak trees. Planning Commission really needs to update these, and you have the time to discuss these things at the end of the meeting, and you should really not be in a hurry to go home, but you should really address those issues. Basically, I'm here to praise the project. I sent this, the link to this staff report to several of my colleagues. Some have worked with the World Bank. Friend worked in Iraq for the U.S. government on similar projects, and I got all kind of accolades that you really have a progressive, great city. I did not tell them about the other shenanigans of the city. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. In fact, I mean, you're talking about a review of the city and bypassing it, and that really, I mean, this city hall was built in that fashion, and we find out all the problems that he had. Just one example, I mean, the boiler room was put without a permit, and it was illegal, and we discovered that, 10 years later. Coming over here, I mean, just making the left turn to come here, I mean, I see a beautiful flag in the marquee. I mean, so the marquee has been changed, and not a single hearing, nothing. I mean, it's a little blurb in the newspapers, and so, I mean, to treat yourself above the law is not right, even though I believe that this project will eventually turn out to be something that we can be really proud of, and I hope and I trust that the staff will make it into, consider the aesthetics and that a great and good job will be done. Regarding the funding, I mean, I'm disappointed that, I mean, people complain about Obama and the stimulus and that there's no proper, that taxes are being wasted, etc. And this is another great example of the stimulus project. And I mean, this should really be in red letters in bold that this is being funded by stimulus, $700,000, that's what I read. And then there is, coming from Newbury Park, we feel like stepchildren, like I've said. And it's competing with 401 Hillcrest because that's what the staff report says. It might go there or it might come over here. I would like it done quickly so that we are able to get those funds and get this done. Again, I mean, I feel completely different about the roof drainage. I mean, I think that's a wonderful, modern, forward-thinking idea to save the water and let it out quickly. I mean, and for one, I mean, I have not been a general contractor, but I was involved in designing pools, which people don't realize. Almost all aspects of a building come in. But the thing that really frustrates people from the business world, taxpayers and all that, when people try to design projects sitting over there. I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, so many hours that go through it, and then to Monday morning quarterback and try to redesign them, either approve them or deny them, or maybe you can tweak them a little bit. But I mean, this designing of the project and this break-even point and all that, the city considers this to be free money, just like it considers redevelopment agency money to be free money, traffic mitigation fees to be free money. So this is coming from the stimulus fund, and then I think there are some other state funds also, I mean the rebate and all that. So I don't believe in wasting money, but if you really want to look at the cost-benefit ratio, look at on some other projects, not this one. This project is really fantastic. And in closing, I would just like to say that I just received an email today also that on the library issue that Santa Clarita and 4 other states' libraries have gone to private people running them. And so that's the other move that's afoot. And you should really, the staff I'm sure is aware of it or should be aware of it, and because I believe that the city staff does a good job, and we really don't need to experiment those kind of things. Thank you for letting me speak, and have a wonderful evening.
Questions of the speaker? If not, our final speaker is Douglas King. Again, your name and city of residence for our record, please.
My name is Douglas King. I'm from Simi Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is my first Planning Commission meeting with any city, so I'm actually very impressed with how you've been conducting it. A little disclaimer, I've been an engineer for Solar World in the solar industry for 10 years. I wanted to make a point, first off, to commend you for this project as well. I think it's very progressive to consider solar. Of course, I have that biased opinion. I do want to ask the city and the planning department to consider local companies. Solar World is just down the street in Camarillo, less than 10 miles away. We're the largest U.S. manufacturer of solar products, and we provide design assistance as well for those things, including carports. We employ over 400 people in the county of Ventura, producing one of the highest quality modules in the world. In fact, we produce more kilowatt hours per installed kilowatt than anybody else, which will help improve your efficiencies and how much payback that you get. We are one of the best warranties in the business. We've offered 25-year. We were the first to offer a 25-year warranty, and we continue to do so. Over 95% of our product is made in the U.S. There's a lot of solar products that are made in China, in the Philippines, in Japan, and are imported to a U.S. company, and so you might think you're buying U.S. when in fact you're not. But over 95% of our product is made in the U.S. We're very proud of that. We're also very excited to see that the Capital Facilities Committee wants to make this a demonstration project and wants to have an educational kiosk. We worked with Oak Park High School last year to put some solar panels in there, including the educational part of it as well, and that started us on a Solar to Schools program. We're very enthusiastic about working with schools to help them get modules in at a lower, just about the lowest price that we can possibly sell them. So we're very thankful for that opportunity that Oak Park gave us and to start that program. I do want to say that Solar World's proud to be part of the community as well. As I mentioned, that we've been in Camarillo for 30 years. We're one of the oldest companies in the U.S. as well as the biggest, as I said before. And I'm more than happy to answer any kind of questions either tonight from you or for the staff. You feel free to contact me or my company. We're happy to help you out where we can.
Any questions of Speaker? Thank you very much. I would like to also state for the record that there is one written statement card, and it did not check either in favor of or opposed. Instead, it has other for conditional use. It's looking and asking the Commission to consider making sure that if they remove oak trees, that they replace in the same area 6 new oak trees. Now we'll go back to city staff for any comments.
Staff has no comment this time.
Any questions for staff? If not, we will close the public hearing for discussion and/or motion. Commissioner Adam.
Yeah, I could start a discussion here. I think it's a noble project. I mean, anytime we can generate renewable energy here in the city, I don't see how we can quibble with that. the rebates from the state and the money that Forcello's would put in and what's budgeted would seem to be all adequate, and you've got the payback factor, which is good. I'm not sure, though, especially when I listen to the gentleman's comments that lives in the area there, and I kind of had this in the back of my mind at the same time, about the aesthetics of it. I'm not completely sure, though, that we've really fleshed out this roof versus parking lot issue, where they could be put. Maybe, if you look at the picture, that's a big roof up there. And I know there's some, it says there's some conflicting equipment up there and whatever, but I don't know, maybe some of it could be put in the parking lot and some of it could be put on the roof. I understand that you want to have an educational type facility. I can appreciate that, of course. But there are the neighborhood aesthetics to consider as well. I've always thought solar goes on a roof. And I don't know, does anybody feel like maybe we need a little more information here? Roof versus parking lot, or?
Commissioner Fisher?
A few comments to it. Certainly, yes, solar, without a doubt, is the way to go.
Yeah.
I think everyone in the city would agree to that. A few different concerns. One that I brought up already, I don't know that it's been thoroughly looked at. We're replacing the roof in 4 years. Would it make sense to, do it now? We know the library is going to be there for years to come. Why not redo it? Are there additional funds? That's obviously for city staff to do. The other comment is, that I initially opened with is, just looking at the artist's renderings, I'm not real thrilled with this type of look, as Commissioner Grumney put out, as one of our gateways to the city. Although it is just an artist's rendering, that's what we have. I'm still kind of chewing on that one. I don't know that, I agree that it's a great educational tool, but, we've got the, wastewater treatment plant that has solar. Use that. Use some other areas of the city as we continue to go solar for that purpose. And the last comment is, if I was a private business and said, well, here's my plans, I don't have a fully thought out project here, but, I can get the state rebate, and which will really help out my project. So I'm asking the commission to essentially ignore our standard planning processes, and I don't feel comfortable with that. We would shoot that down in an instant. Say, no, we want a completed thing. Yeah, I understand, grants and such. My department with the county is made up of 90% grants. I've got over 70 grants. I understand grant requirements and how quick you have to respond. But this, how would we treat our, fellow businesses coming in with the same thing that the city is? I just can't swallow that pill. So those are my concerns.
Commissioner Fisher, I want to add a couple of comments to that. I agree with everything you say, and also adding that my place of residence is that I do live in Newbury Park. And on a daily basis, I go in and out of that orchard on and off. And so my ultimate concern is that we're transforming an area where you have an expansive area where you have trees and replacing it with structure. So you are changing the overall look of that particular area. That is, and to me, would make it more commercial, more industrial than what it appears to be more, where it's more blending in with the residential that is within that community. So I don't think what we're replacing it with is something that visually would be more appealing. If anything, I would love to see more trees in that area. And so ultimately, I think it would be in best interest of this community, though I embrace the solar panels, I think they would be best belonged on top of the roof and not there for everyone to see and look at on a daily basis as they come, as they go to work and they come home on a daily basis. So I can tell you from what I have seen so far, I think it would be a heavy impact on the residents that live within that community, and I don't think it would be good. Commissioner Lund.
Chair, just a couple of comments from here. I agree with both your comments in terms of the aesthetics and Commissioner Fisher's comments. What we're impaneled to do here is to take a look at the case before us and then come to a decision based upon what's before us, as we all know. There's been some things interjected into this hearing that from Commissioner Adam that we normally don't pay attention to, and we shouldn't let that impact our decision in terms of costs and money and all that. But, you know, as part of a person that sits on this dais, what's important is the project, I think, is anytime we're talking about renewable energy is a great thing. No question about it. I have a lot of experience. I teach at a college that has used this type of parking solar panel arrangement. Very wise in terms of energy use and renewable energy, but it is ugly. No question about it. It's on the roof of a student parking structure. You can't, you know, we could go back and talk, you know, put the lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. It's ugly. But that's really not what's before us here tonight. And the other issue, and I have to address it because we're here, that again, I think renewable energy is good. But a 15-year payback and all the monies that come in, we didn't talk about debt service, and you know, that's not before us here tonight, but there is no free money. It's all taxpayer money. Stimulus money is taxpayer money. It's all our money. So that is not what's before us tonight. What's before us is what this case is. And I think that we need to come to a decision on this case. I agree with Commissioner Grumney and Commissioner Fisher. In terms of the aesthetics, we pay a lot of attention. I've been on this dais a long time about what we require from people to come in here and what things look like and the compatibility. And I just don't want to rush to judgment tonight without reading the bill. I don't want to pass something without reading it. And I think that's kind of where we're at tonight. So those are my comments.
Do we have a motion? Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. That was really interesting, and boy, do I agree with everything that Commissioner Lund said. One thing that's interesting is that if you notice that our government buildings look so different from anything else, and that's something I always hear comments from the public. How come the city can do this type of structure? But boy, I couldn't build a house like that. And I have to agree. I think it's innovative. I have a friend that in Rotary that just put solar in his house, and he raves about the savings that he has. And I think that it's something that we all have to think about. But I have to agree that I think it's ugly. And this is a gateway into the Newbury Park area. I'm glad to hear all the comments of all the commissioners, and I just have to agree with everything that's been said. We don't need to be concerned about the money. That isn't our end of it. But I really think that we need to look at it, possibly putting it on the roof. And I know structurally that the roof probably couldn't deal with the weight of it, and so it would have to be reinforced. But I think that we need to step back and not move as quickly. Granted, there is money that we can take advantage of, but I think that we need to think more about the people in the community in Newbury Park and what they're going to see and pass every day, and think about what we're doing to the citizens over there as far as the aesthetics.
Mr. Norman, do you have some comments you'd like to make?
This case has an oddity to it. If this were a private citizen bringing this project before you, you probably couldn't even consider aesthetics because of the Solar Rights Act. So this is a little different situation. However, because the applicant's the city, you can consider aesthetics. I thought I'd bring that to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Nova. Commissioner Adam, did you have some comments you'd like to make?
Well, just listening to everybody, I'm thinking maybe we don't necessarily want to deny this as much as we just want more information. Don't we want the applicant to come back to us with maybe a little more in-depth analysis of the roof versus the parking lot panels, or could there be a combination of the two? Or it just seems like it's half-baked at this point, and I could certainly concur with everybody about their trepidation about the aesthetics, but on the other hand, solar is very commendable, and I certainly like the permeable pavement and the water barrels and all that, but I just feel like we need some more information. So could we make a motion then that we ask the city to come back to us with maybe a little more in-depth analysis of the panels on the roof and what that might entail versus the panels in the parking lot, and anything else anybody could think to add? I just feel
Mr. Town, do you have a comment to make in regards to that?
Pardon me?
Just a quick thought. Again, this is a city project, so you don't have a private applicant in front of you to consider a continuance. If you would like additional information on this project, you could continue the decision tonight, because it is a city project. As Ms. Perez mentioned, the process of acquiring bids is ready to go forward. If you would like, perhaps she can address that point in a little bit more detail, but I think that we will have additional information in the near future that we could bring back to you. I don't know exactly what date we could do that, in other words, a date certain, or renotice the hearing. But we will be going out for bids, we meaning the finance department in particular, and we'll have new information shortly. So it really is within the purview of the commission in terms of whether you would like to hold off on making a decision on this matter until we have more information.
I think we'd all like to hear more about the roof, and the viability of it. It was covered here with just a few sentences, and I think what I'm hearing my fellow commissioners say is the roof would be preferable, and let's hear some more about that. All right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the roof is certainly part of it, but taking my thought process a little bit further, let's say it comes back that it's totally cost prohibitive. Does that mean that we still go with putting up these carports in this area? At least my thought is no. That's just not a good place for carport solar panels. We can have an educational place somewhere else. There's other city buildings. Let's explore other areas. That's kind of where I'm coming from. That the roof is one thing, but that's if it comes back again, like I said, that I seriously doubt that any design change to how this would look would still be preferable to me. It's the right idea with solar, but it's the wrong location.
Sounds like then it's the roof or nothing. To sum it up. Yeah.
Well, Commissioner Adam, I will be so bold as to say that. It is the roof or it is nothing.
Or nothing.
Because the basis right now for my feeling in that particular area is we are trading and now taking an area that I think is vital to that particular community and making it more industrial and commercial than we are making it residential. The question is, do you like trees or do you like structure?
Trees.
I knew what you were going to say, and I think the rest of the people who live around that area would also agree to that. And the final part to that is just saying is that it is also the approach to what we're doing, and how and Commissioner Reynolds put it so well as to say, if you asked anyone, everyone would tell you, if you lived in the city of Thousand Oaks, it was Spanish and tile roof. However, when it came to any city buildings, they were modern.
Okay, so then maybe we...
So it also is pushing upon a very sore area, I think, with many people, that we would be pushing that out there, that we would get more commercial and more industrial in a particular area that is the gateway to a community.
So then maybe at this point then we do in fact, I guess the word is deny the parking lot arrays and ask them to come back with the feasibility of the roof? Huh? No?
No, we have a case before us, and we either have a motion to approve or to deny. And
we can't fit the roof in there then? Well, it seems to me that there is a certain feasibility to the roof, isn't there?
That does not mean that they cannot come back with another proposal. But right now, this is the proposal that we have.
Well, since it's a city project, though, I think we can provide direction, and I would just simply say that, and
I think
Mr.
within
Norman's
the
shaking his
comments
head.
of the motion, that would provide the direction.
Right, so the motion would be that the commission feels that the parking lot arrays would be inappropriate for that location, and we would like you to come back with us with the feasibility of the roof.
Let me just state, I don't know that you can mandate them to come back with anything. You can suggest it.
Oh, okay.
There are other avenues, just so you know. I'm pretty sure that there is an appeal from this body to the council ultimately, and there may be some funding issues with this particular project that are time sensitive, and so that way you would at least give staff an option to pursue those rights.
I see. So you're right. I see. So we can suggest it, but we can't demand it. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Lunn.
I think the motion's been made by Commissioner Adam, but what I would like to do instead of...
Well, then let's clarify. Let's stop for just 1 second and say, do you have a motion, Commissioner Adam?
Gosh. I get to make the motion against solar energy, eh?
Solars or trees?
You know what? You're
Mr. Adam?
conflicted here. This is probably the worst of all worlds. You have trees and solar.
I have how about a consensus motion from, as speaking for the commission as a whole, that it seems to me that my fellow members, and I must say myself included, have some serious doubts about the location of these solar panels, aesthetically speaking. So therefore, we would not want them there.
No. How about maybe inappropriate, and then let's vote on it.
Yeah, right. But I would like to add the suggestion, as Mr. Norman says we are able to do, a strong suggestion that they come back to either us or somebody and talk about the feasibility of this roof. It's a huge roof. You've got to be able to put some panels up there.
Commissioner Adam, I don't mean to push you, but I do need you to be, for our poor recording secretary, I need you to be able to make a motion where you're actually saying the words if the motion is for or opposed, so that we can then take it to the comments to the motion.
Thanks. Okay, the motion would be then that we as a commission
It's I move.
Yes. Would not feel that the carport structures are appropriate for that location. And that we would like to suggest that the roof be further studied for the positioning of the solar panels.
So are you moving to deny the application?
I would say so.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation to you, is just that we move denial on it, and they can come back with additional information, and leave it, because it is a city, to leave it open.
Okay.
as to what they can
That's
say.
exactly what I want to do.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny DPMN 2010-70274/OPT 2010-70275. Comments to the motion? Okay, I think everyone feels that they have said enough on their comments. Therefore, all in favor of the motion to deny, raise your hand. All opposed?
Motion passed 5-0 to deny application DPMN 2010-70274 and OTP 2010-70275.
And as it was mentioned by city staff, this can be appealed to the city council, correct?
Just a quick point of order, though. Will we have that wording in there about the roof?
Mr. Town?
Fellow commissioners, we do want the wording about the roof, do we not? Yeah. No, we can't, we can't order it, but we can certainly suggest it.
I think city staff would include all of our comments in, if it was to go to city council.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. We prefer the roof. I want that in there, because I don't think any of us are against solar energy.
I'm totally comfortable with doing that. Is everyone else in the
We
same
have a
position?
motion. The motion was voted on. It's in the record. There is plenty of other evidence in the record suggests that the roof is preferable, and staff will, if there is an appeal to council, make sure the staff report reflects Planning Commission's preference.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, will the secretary please call case MCA 2010-70282?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby opening to consider agenda item 6D regarding case MCA 2010-70282, applicant, City of Thousand Oaks, request to amend Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, Title 9, Chapter 4, by adding or revising 1, definitions for various housing terms, and 2, adding or revising zoning regulations regarding housing for persons with special needs, including emergency shelters for the homeless, transitional housing, supportive housing, rest homes, single-room occupancy housing, residential care facilities, and reasonable accommodations in housing for persons with disabilities. Location, citywide.
Prior to beginning, let me just state for the public benefit that this, what's before us is a recommendation to City Council, and we are not making the final decision on this. This evening's staff report will be given by Mr. Jeff Spector from our Community Development Department. Good evening, Mr. Spector.
Good evening, Commissioner Grumney and members of the Planning Commission. We're here tonight to consider a recommendation to the Council regarding an amendment to the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, the purpose of which is to implement programs that were incorporated in the housing element that was adopted on April 13th, 2010, and subsequently certified by the state of California. The housing element is one of the elements of the general plan for the city. And this particular set of programs address one aspect of housing and increasing opportunities for housing, specifically for persons with special needs. And what do we mean by that? Well, the topics that are discussed in this code amendment have to do with an array of items related to people with special needs, particularly the homeless and persons with disabilities. And in doing so, the amendment would revise definitions for some of the terms, housing terms in the municipal code. The amendment will address the zoning and standards for the development of emergency shelters for homeless people, transitional and supportive housing for people with special needs, single-room occupancy housing, assisted living facilities, also known as rest homes, and residential care facilities. And lastly, reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities to allow them to gain equal access to housing. And as I mentioned in the topics, the first is to modify definitions for housing terms. And in doing so, we're recommending to do a cleanup item to simply list the definitions alphabetically rather than giving each definition a section number. Some definitions we're just changing, for example, dwelling unit, and in other cases we are adding definitions that they may be used in the code but they don't have a definition. That would be helpful. And we're also adding some new terms that were peculiar to persons with housing for people with special needs, like emergency shelters and transitional housing. One of the definitions that we're addressing tonight is sort of a cleanup item, but it's one of the programs in the housing element requires us to address. It has to do with the definition of the term family. The current definition is outdated because family is not only persons who are related to each other in the current definition, but also limits the number of people who, unrelated people, who would be considered a family, and that's inappropriate. So, and would be a potential constraint on housing for people with disabilities who may live together but be unrelated. So we're just proposing a simple change. The definition would be one or more persons living together as a single housekeeping unit. Very short and very sweet. Another topic that's addressed in this code amendment has to do with what is known as single-room occupancy housing, which is really apartments that are designed or consists of studio apartments, also known as efficiency dwelling units. And these are the kinds of apartments that are generally the least expensive kind of apartment, which just involves a single room in which there's sleeping, living, eating facilities, cooking facilities, just in a single room with an accompanying restroom facility. So this change or this added definition will allow this type of housing wherever apartment houses are allowed, and that is in the R3 zone, which is a multiple family zone, and residential plan development zones that allow this kind of density apartments. And perhaps the biggest issue that's addressed in this code amendment has to do with emergency shelters. Emergency shelters has to do with housing that provides temporary housing for homeless persons, and by the state definition, that's housing for no more than 6 months. Now, there's a major change in this particular round of housing element revisions that provides special special requirements or imposes special requirements on the city. And it requires jurisdictions to allow shelters by right, meaning with no discretion, in at least one zone within the city. It also says that cities may consider allowing emergency shelters in other zones with discretion, in this case a special use permit for this city. And it also allows cities and counties to adopt standards for the management and development of emergency shelters. We started this process of trying to decide how to go about zoning and the standards that we apply to emergency shelters by looking at the local need. I didn't mention it in my report, but in our housing element, we discussed the need for emergency shelters in terms of numbers of people, and what was suggested in the text was, given the number of homeless individuals that have been served in the past and exist in the city, the recommendation was to provide for at least 30 beds to care for at least 30 people at one time. One thing it's important to mention is we currently have an emergency shelter program of sorts, but it's not a year-round shelter program, which is the requirement of the Housing Element Program and state law. We have a winter shelter program, and during the cold months, the local churches rotate this service, and they provide emergency shelter for a number of months. Now, another bit of information that's important is that there have been counts of the numbers of people on the streets in the last few years and in the winter shelter. And counts were done in 2007, 2009, 2010. Unfortunately, in 2008, no count was made of people living on the streets. And the average of those 3 years, a total of 86 people were counted on the streets and in the winter shelter. I should also point out that evidence that reports that we received about the use of the winter shelter, not just on those individual counts, but in general, the maximum number that we've been notified at one time has been 32 people. So taking all that into account, staff is recommending that we actually adopt a maximum number of beds or number of people served at one time of 35 persons. And we also looked at other items, other standards for emergency shelters besides the number. We're recommending a minimum staff ratio to be on duty while the shelter is open of 1 staff person for every 15 residents. A minimum separation between shelters of 300 feet. That's actually the maximum allowed by law. Staff is also recommending that on-site smoking areas be provided, and that's really the outgrowth of a tour that I took with other staff of a shelter in Oxnard who went to a no smoking policy, the results of which is a large number of the clients chose to leave the facility in order to smoke, and caused some, I guess, the neighboring property owners weren't particularly happy about that, so I hear. Another item has to do with the maximum length of stay. We're proposing that the maximum length be 6 months in any 1-year period. As far as zoning for the emergency shelters, the proposal is to allow shelters by right with no discretionary review. They would simply have to get a building permit within the Rancho Caneo Industrial Park. And that area happens to be 349 acres, mostly existing buildings, many of them older buildings, light industrial distribution, some office uses. Many of you are probably familiar with that area, north of Hillcrest Drive and roughly west of Rancho Caneo. And we're also suggesting that the code allow emergency shelters with a special use permit, which is a discretionary permit in a commercial zone, the arterial and highway commercial zone, that's C2, within a industrial park zone, M1, and light manufacturing zone, M2. And as all told, that's quite an extensive area, over 1,500 acres. And then lastly, within the public lands zone, between all of these areas, we think there's ample opportunity to find an appropriate place to meet the needs of the city's homeless population. This happens to be a map showing transportation routes, bus transportation routes, and a schematic, generalized location of the specific Plan 15. That's the Rancho Cuneo Industrial Park. And if you look carefully, it may not be too easy to see, but there is a bus route that goes to this area. The dashed yellow line represents Route 1 during the peak commuter service times in the morning and in the afternoon. And the solid lines to the south on Hillcrest represent the routes of the other service lines. So we believe that in this area there's adequate bus transportation, and there's also not too far away in the vicinity of, you probably know, off of Wendy Road near Home Depot and Target, there's the terminus of one of the lines, Route 1. That's not the peak service time route. That's the regular route that runs all day. Another item that we're providing some clarity as to housing for persons with special needs has to do with transitional and supportive housing. Transitional housing is just kind of like what the name implies. This is housing above and beyond emergency shelter. So that's shelter for more than 6 months for homeless people. The intent of this housing is that people would get their situation in order and be able to find, after a period of time, permanent housing. And then their units, these apartments, become available to another homeless person. The other class of housing that we're addressing here is supportive housing. And this is more long-term housing with services for low-income adults with disabilities. And that's a range of disabilities. It could be people who have chronic life-threatening illnesses, people with mental illness, people with developmental disabilities, quite a gamut. And these are people who basically need some kind of assistance for them to be able to live independently or semi-independently. Now, the California law requires these housing types to be allowed within the city, subject to the same standards as conventional housing. And that's what we're doing with this municipal code amendment. Another item that we're required to address through the requirements of the housing element is to provide zoning for residential care facilities, specifically facilities for 7 or more persons. And the reason being is state law actually mandates that we have no zoning authority over residential care facilities when it involves 6 or fewer people. They're just considered a family. And these are facilities for persons who really cannot live independently, whether because they're elderly and need assistance, or they're disabled persons who need assistance. So what we did is we began with defining these facilities, the ones involving 7 or more persons. We defined them as residential care facilities large, and we're proposing that these facilities be allowed in the commercial office zone and then the PL zone, which is public, quasi-public, and institutional lands. And we also are suggesting that there be a presumption that these facilities be separated by at least 300 feet. And if they were less than 300 feet, that the presumption is there would be an over-concentration of these facilities. There's a particular class of facility that's addressed in the code, residential care facility that's addressed in the code under the name rest home, which is an archaic term for what we now typically call an assisted living facility. And I think we've seen a number of these cases come before this body, and these are facilities for elderly persons who need assistance to perform basic activities of daily living, and that might be dressing and eating and getting out of bed and into a chair, these types of activities. Now, this amendment would eliminate these facilities as a permitted use or conditionally permitted use in the rural agriculture zone and the rural exclusive zones. Staff believes that these facilities are more urban in nature and probably shouldn't be allowed in these zones. The amendment would also allow, with a special use permit, assisted living facilities in the commercial office, the PL, the R1, which is a single family zone, and R2, which is a two-family zone. And the last item that we were required to address in this amendment has to do with the need to provide persons with disabilities a process to obtain exceptions to the city's regulations, whether they be building or zoning regulations, to allow them to use a dwelling and enjoy a dwelling. The typical kind of exceptions that have been granted is to allow someone who needs to add a wheelchair ramp. It could be anything, but this is a typical thing. A wheelchair ramp to gain access to their front door, where there's steps currently, and that ramp would encroach into the setback. So this amendment adds a written procedure for handling requests for these types of accommodations. We conducted an environmental review of this amendment, and we determined that it does not have the potential to have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. So my recommendation, and the rest of the department, is that the commission to recommend that the City Council approve this amendment addressing housing for persons with special needs. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spector. Is
You're
there
welcome.
questions of staff? Commissioner Fisher.
Yes, on the occupancy for a homeless shelter, you've got a cap. I realize that the count citywide average of 86 people, less people use shelters. So with that in mind, why would you put a cap on it?
Well, that really comes to the heart of what's the purpose of this provision, and that's to provide capacity to meet the city's homeless population and not the population elsewhere. That's one. The second rationale is that if there becomes a need for more than this number, which we think is enough for now, then another shelter could be opened in another location rather than have all of the needs of the city's homeless population placed in one neighborhood.
Was there any thought to, let's say you're at a industrial area there off of Rancho Canal, could you base it on the occupancy for that particular building versus, you may have an occupancy of 100, but you're limited it to, 36 people.
Well, that's certainly an approach, but it doesn't get at the issue. But the issue is, what is the need, not what the capacity is. I worked in a city where we had a request to house the homeless throughout, homeless veterans from mental institutions throughout San Bernardino and Riverside County, and the request was for a 500-person facility. And the community did not think it would be appropriate for the entire burden to be placed on that city.
Well, I guess looking at a couple different situations. Certainly you have the homeless population that, are truly homeless, don't have, a roof over their head, so to speak. Let's say we get into, another Northridge earthquake. We're going to have a lot more than 36 people looking for somewhere to stay. What do you do in that instance?
Well, that's temporary emergency shelter due to disasters is a different category. That kind of thing is typically handled through shelters that are planned and operated by the Red Cross.
So the shelters that we're talking about tonight are strictly for homeless, people out on the streets, for whatever reason.
Yes, other than the natural disaster. Although I'm sure if there was room, they could come to this type of emergency shelter, which would be a permanent year-round shelter, as opposed to just shelter during a crisis.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional question, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. Did you take into consideration any of Mrs. Bernicki's comments in her letter, especially regarding the 6 months and then the 365 days?
Well, these are there've been a little bit of back and forth about some of the issues pertaining to the standards and the zoning, and these are the outstanding disagreements. Not that we have a great disagreement, because I think we're talking more like semantics, but we thought that it would be reasonable to limit the use of a shelter to an emergency shelter that couldn't be abused, where people would use a shelter for a long period of time, leave for a day or a week, and come back into the shelter and make it their, I don't know, long-term home. But we're not, we're open to suggestions, certainly. That's just our opinion.
Well, it's almost like what you had just answered the question for Commissioner Fisher, that the Red Cross would house someone if their house did catch on fire after they had moved in. Is that what you mean with regarding her statement about the 360 this month?
No, we're just talking about people who are chronically homeless, who, rather than comply with their case management in order to get off the streets, would choose just to use the shelter indefinitely. On again, off again, on again, off again.
Okay. Well, and I just have to make a statement that I'm opposed to smoking anywhere. I guess because I'm an ex-smoker. So I do like that where you are taking the term rest home out of the RE and the RA areas, that I agree with that. And of course the terminology, I used to be a generic nurse, and I'm glad to see the terminology after, 45 years ago when I did it, that we are changing with the times and changing the vocabulary. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Additional questions, Commissioner Adam.
Thank you. Well, I am looking forward to hearing Ms. Budnicki's comments on this, but just to follow up on what my fellow commissioners were saying, so if I'm hearing you right, then you're saying that, to me, homelessness really doesn't have any boundaries, right? But are you saying, we want to limit it to 35 people because we want to take in Thousand Oaks homeless people, but not Moore Park homeless people?
In a nutshell, yes.
I see. Okay.
Well, at least have a cap.
So we're going to be in the position to turn people away then?
Well, that could happen, but the idea here is that people would have access with a year-round shelter to the types of services that would help them improve their lives so that they can obtain permanent housing, and that we could make a dent in the homeless population if we had a place for these people to go and interact with social workers.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, I know we have a 10-year plan to end homelessness, and I'm certainly happy to see that we're putting this into our municipal code. Anyway, I do want to hear what Ms. Brudnicki says about that situation. The other thing in this business of the homeless person can stay for 6 months, but then can't, with any given year, but then can't come back. So what happens? You're homeless for 6 months, and you get back at it, and then, oops, 2 months, 3 months later, you're homeless again. You're not allowed back in?
Well, presumably that would be the case, and that's very difficult.
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear some alternatives to that. I don't know. Maybe this business of how many people are allowed in should be left to the discretion of the manager there. Maybe you're going to have a busy night one night, and I hate to see, oh, here's number 36, you can't come in. Okay. Anyway, all right, so there's that, and the other business is this location, this Rancho Conejo Industrial Park. I mean, is that where the homeless people are? Is that a good location?
I don't know how many are there today, but the idea is this would be a place, once it's available, that people would migrate to when they need a place to sleep.
Where are most of the homeless people in Thousand Oaks? Are they concentrated in one area or dispersed?
Well, I know in my neighborhood there's a few, which is over there near Agoura Road and Westlake. There's a few. There's some over there, Westlake and T.O. Boulevard, I know of, around the Moore Park Road north of T.O. Boulevard, and there has been south and in some of our open space areas. I'm not familiar. I didn't participate in the counts, and maybe those people who have could share that. I'm not sure where they all have been.
So they'd have to take a bus to get to this homeless place, and
those that don't live in that area or shelter or sleep in that area.
Okay. All right. Well, okay, great. And just one other quick question. This doesn't have to do with the homeless business, but the single room occupancy, that only applies to apartments, right? Multi-family units.
As we've defined it, yes.
Okay, so we're not talking single-family homes, neighborhoods, that kind of, strictly apartments.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll now go to public comments. I have 2 speaker cards. The first speaker, Kathy Brudnicki, and you will have 5 minutes. If you could state your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I'm Kathy Brudnicki. I reside in Thousand Oaks. I'm the Executive Director of the Ventura County Homeless and Housing Coalition, and we did conduct the counts in 2007, 2009, and 2010. We were not required to do one in 2008. That's why there wasn't one. Although we always do one in the shelters, so we always know how many people are sheltered on any given night, one night during the year. In 2010, 86 people were homeless in the city of Thousand Oaks on one given night. It was actually January 25th or 26th, 2010. And the numbers have gone up and down. I think the first year there was 60-some. In 2009 there were over 100, I want to say 114, something like that, and 30% of those were children. And this current year, 2010, we found 86. Now, that means people who are homeless, and I mean literally homeless, out of doors, no place to go. That translates to about 300 to 350 over the course of a year. Because people who are homeless for days or weeks or months at any given time. As Mr. Spector said, people who are chronically homeless, that's a different definition. Those people are homeless for a year or more, or for 4 episodes of homelessness in a 3-year period. It's probably more than you wanted to know, but most people who are homeless are not chronically homeless. They're homeless for shorter periods of time. They're homeless because they don't have enough money to stay housed. I know you probably did read my letter, but there are some things I really want to make it clear that this is really like the remaining things we have a disagreement on. We have hammered out all those other things you went through, so I think that's a pretty good record. I'm not saying that SP 15, specific Plan 15 is not a good site. Our concern was that we had been in discussion over a period of many months about a specific zone, and then all of a sudden, I was actually thinking it was going to be manufacturing zone or a commercial zone, and then all of a sudden this one confined area pops up, and it really limits us in our ability to find a provider who would be willing to locate services in that very remote area of Thousand Oaks. In staff's report, they talk about going to visit sites in the city of Oxnard. Well, both of the properties they visited there are on, or they're right near Oxnard Boulevard, a major hub in the city of Oxnard. We know that emergency shelters work best when they are closest to where the action is. I do have to point out to you, because this is public, that one of the difficulties we have in our community is that we really don't understand what emergency shelter looks like. We call the program that operates in the winter season only, which is an overnight seasonal program. We refer to that as emergency shelter. Well, people come in, it's usually dark, they've been out on the streets all day, they get something to eat, and they go to sleep, and the following morning they're back out on the street between 6 and 7 a.m. Doesn't matter if it's raining, windy, cold, if you have the flu, if your leg is broken, it doesn't matter, you leave the facility. Year-round emergency shelter, and people who are in overnight shelter and are sleeping are not getting service. So year-round shelter looks very different from that. People who come into an emergency shelter commit to making a change in their lives. They commit to a program. They write out how they're going to get their lives changed, and they start embarking on those changes. So it's very important for us to think about emergency shelter not as the winter program, which is all we know in this community. So it's really hard for us, I know, to wrap our minds around it, because we've really never seen that model here. And I am opposed to numeric cap, because if a 15,000 square foot facility becomes available, I want to house more than 35 people in there, because frankly, we got probably 100 on our streets tonight. I'm perfectly okay with tying, a square foot per resident. I'm good with that. I certainly don't want overcrowded emergency shelters, but putting a numeric cap is not the way to go. The other thing I was opposed to with regard to the smoking, establishing a smoking section, is I believe the program managers have the ability to determine what's right for their programming. By putting it into the code that there has to be a smoking section, you are telling that program manager how to run that program. I'm not okay with that. I want the program manager to make that decision. And the big bone of contention I have is the 6-month in any 365-day period. Most emergency shelter programs run on a rolling 12 months. And so if a mother is in shelter, finds permanent housing, moves into permanent housing, and then loses that housing for whatever reason, a lot of us in the business know that people are being evicted, not because they haven't paid their rent, but because their landlord hasn't paid the rent. So if someone ends up back out on the street again, I think it's up to the program manager to decide whether that person can come back into shelter. We know that there's a 6-month limit. I know what the definitions are, but it should be up to the program manager, not to something we have written into a code. So I know you've heard all of my comments, but I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Questions of the speaker? Commissioner Fisher?
Excuse me, not necessarily a question, just wanted to thank you for coming down. I've watched your work at Public Health. We had a homeless program as well, and you just do an incredible job, and just we're lucky to have you living in our city and our county as well, so thanks for coming down.
I knew I would be here, and I was actually thinking to myself, I bet I'm the only one who's here, so I'm glad to see Nick.
Commissioner Adam.
Hi, Ms. Bardicki. Okay, so let's see, now I heard you say this business of the 6 months in any given 365 days, you would leave that to the program manager's discretion then?
Correct, because most of the programs use a rolling 12-month period. So I gave you an example in my letter. If someone loses their housing after they've been out for 4 months, they would still be entitled to another 2 months within that rolling 12-month period.
And that's worked in other programs?
Yes, it does work in other programs.
Okay, all right. Well, that's kind of putting a lot on the program manager, I guess, but...
Well, most of the people that run these programs, as I'm sure Steph could tell you, they're professionals. It's not like, Darla and I decide we're going to open a shelter.
Right, okay, so that's a good point. They have experienced people. Okay, gotcha. And now this 35-person limit, the alternative I heard you suggest was a square foot per resident. So how, and you threw out the number 15,000, is that about the
Well,
average?
I just said, if you get a very large facility, it makes sense for me for there to be a limit, and I have suggested to staff in this city and in other cities that you make it a per square foot, how many residents can be in any square foot. So you say, you're going to have, in a 2,500 square foot facility, you have to devote at least no more than 150 or no less than 150 square feet per person, because you have to take into consideration there has to be offices and dining space and storage space.
Was that the formula that has worked at other centers then?
I pulled that number out of my head, but that would be something we could find out from people like the Salvation Army and others who run shelter programs.
Would you throw in program manager discretion into that equation as well? I mean, if you had a busy night one night and oops, we're over the square foot per resident ratio, whatever the heck that is, and we have...
Well, I think that there are going to be exceptional circumstances in any program. And so one of the reasons I'm opposed to caps is for that reason. But suppose you have 34 people in shelter and a woman shows up with a babe in arms.
Right.
Would you turn her away because that's 36?
I wouldn't.
Well, I wouldn't either, but, according to our code, it wouldn't be okay.
Yeah, I understand, yeah. Well, the code can be a little dry versus
and I think
humanity.
And I think that that's really what I'm here to talk about. I think that whatever we write needs to be flexible enough. And believe me, I understand staff's concerns about perpetuating homelessness. We're all here for the same purpose. We do have a 10-year plan to end homelessness. Even the federal government now has a plan to end homelessness. Very exciting.
Right. The one other thing I heard you say, as far as the Rancho Canea Industrial Park and the fact that it wasn't where the action was, so to speak.
It is very far off the beaten path.
Yeah. So, are you pretty familiar with Thousand Oaks? I mean...
Well, I live here.
Oh, you live here? Oh, that would make you familiar then.
I've lived here since 1978.
So do you have your eye on any alternative?
Well, I think that the best locations are closer to, how shall I say, major thoroughfares.
Mm-hmm. Major thoroughfares. Yeah. I don't know if we have any locations available at major thoroughfares.
Well, when we were in discussion with staff, we were talking about manufacturing zones or commercial zones. The thing is, I've been involved in the homeless equation since the mid-'80s, and I can tell you that there has never been a conditional use permit or a special use permit granted for emergency shelter anywhere in this county. Permanent emergency shelter. We can get them for, short-term, winter shelter. Oh, yeah, as long as it's going to go away, we're okay with that. But the fact is that those programs don't allow us to help people change their lives. We need year-round shelter beds.
Well, I think the idea of the Rancho Conejo Industrial Park, it was not a permit would be needed. Therefore, you would never run into that occasion where you couldn't get your permit. It's a by right location.
Yes, I understand that. And I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. All I'm saying is it had never been part of the discussion, and so we were surprised to pick up the document and say, whoa, this is not anything we ever talked about.
I see. Okay. Well, Well, we'll talk to Mr. Spector a little bit more about it, too.
Okay.
But I value your testimony very much. I'm glad you came tonight.
I'm pleased I came.
Any additional questions of speaker? Okay, if not, our next speaker is Mr. Nick Kidway. Good evening, Mr. Kidway.
Good evening, Honorable and Distinguished Chair Grumney, Planning Commissioners, Nick Iqbal Kidway, resident of Newbury Park, Director Concerned Citizens of Thousand Oaks, and a resident since 1979. Ms. Brunicki beat me by 1 year. And a member of the city's Social Services Committee for almost 20 years. About 25 nonprofit agencies apply for funds and give us very nice long presentations. So I am familiar with the issue. First of all, I would like to thank staff as well as Ms. Brunicki, because for an unrelated reason, I don't know, some planning commissioners also do not speak into the mic. The mics in this chamber are not sensitive enough, so if you are like 12 inches away, like I am right now, most people cannot hear it, so I can only hear 75% of what is heard over here. And perhaps that is one of the reasons people do not want to come and participate in the meetings. It's really a shame. I mean, like at a Social Services Funding Committee workshop, I mean, we have 200 people attend. And Mr. Brunicki thanked the staff for inviting the stakeholders. But I mean, where are the stakeholders? I mean, why is this an empty chamber? I mean, commissioners, look into your soul and find out what is wrong, the thing that you're doing wrong. I mean, there's something that's wrong. Cities like, look at the minutes for Oxnard. I mean, there's 3 times as many people that are participating in Oxnard than over here. People say, well, things are so good. Well, things ain't that good, especially for some people. I mean, that's what the role of government is. People think about the chronic homeless people. This is not about the chronic homeless people. This is about the person or household where both people lost their job, they got foreclosed, and they don't have the money to give a down payment or deposit. It's about the mother that lives with a kid even in a car, and tries to avoid the police. And these people, and thank God, I mean, this is a great country, they are able to find a job or something and get out of it. But if there was a regular place, and I was involved, in fact, in 1993, I don't know what happened to the gentleman, Roger Luft. I mean, he was a great person. We tried to get a homeless shelter in the city in 1995, but the NIMBYism just destroyed it. That's what it was, and it was the prejudice, because people, if they really understand it, and I had a meeting with a couple of Tea Party ladies just recently, and some of them were new in the city, and I told them about the transitional center for single mothers that I supported and is run by Manny Mansion on Hampshire Road, just behind the mobile center. And I tell the people, this is the people who are living over here, and they say, looks like an upscale condominium or apartment to me. And so I just wish you would do more, like the winter shelter. I mean, it's great, and there's one Temple Adat Elohim, that's one of the participants. So it's churches and one temple. I would like to have the Islamic Center on Borchard Road participate. But can you imagine? I mean, I went home, I came back, I mean, I have a car, I can drive. I mean, but the homeless people, I mean, how do they move 7 days a week? I mean, it's just really ridiculous. And this has been going on for 15 years in this community, and nobody cares about it. We have campaigns, but people talk about slow growth. San Fernando Valley is coming. That's the hot button issues. But who cares about these people? I guess they don't vote. This thing about the M15 zone. I mean, why is everything have to be in Newbury Park and far from the freeway? What about the industrial area in Westlake, off Townsgate Road? What about Labaya Drive? I mean, why is that excluded? In fact, in my humble opinion, and I don't understand why it was not mentioned, Old Town is just the excellent area. I mean, Old Town right here, it's low-income, small houses, and you can chop off 2 or 3 houses and make a transitional center. It will be close to City Hall. It will be close to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, bus and everything. Assisted living centers. I mean, that's the last thing I will talk about. I mean, there's a lot of political mileage, and a lot of people care about the mobile home parks and people losing their homes. But one of the things that went under the radar in this community was near my home. There was a Seventh-day Adventist property, which was the assisted homes there. Without any fanfare, without any hearing, the only thing that we heard about was there was some really nice older folks wrote pleading letters in the newspaper. Nothing was done. I was lucky enough, I don't know if it's lucky, but I was driving in the area and I saw fire trucks and all that. And I took about 7 or 8 pictures of these homes, including one of the fire trucks, because they did some inspection. And I have started a Facebook page, which is free, and you don't have to register. Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks. There's no Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks. Go to the pictures in the miscellaneous page and look at these pictures of these 7 pictures in the miscellaneous page of these homes that were removed. Once again, I will agree with Ms. Brunicki that you need to be flexible. That's the key. That's the problem with government, because you make these rules, they look good, but then there's no flexibility, and then the bureaucrats who are doing it, their hands are tied. They want to follow the letter of the law, at least as the way they say it. So the more flexibility there is, I think the people are good. They will do a good job. They'll take care that there's not too many people, etc. One last thing which I just remembered, I've read about for Moorpark on the Star website. They're charging $300 for a permit to rent people's single-family homes. I mean, there's an uproar about it, and I just want the staff to tell me. I hope that that will not happen in this city. That if I want to rent my single-family home, I have to get an inspection when I rent it, and I pay $300. And this is happening in Moorpark. At least that's what I read in the Star. The ordinance has been around, and people are complaining about it. So I hope we are not going to use that as a tax income-producing thing. I thank staff for a wonderful report, and I appreciate your working long and hard.
Okay, let's go back to city staff for any comments.
Well, I don't know if we want to get into the issues that were raised about the cap. I think I've stated what my suggestion is. If it was just a square footage, persons per square foot, then that's really not a cap on numbers of people. It's a cap on the density in the building, but perhaps a higher cap would be reasonable. As far as the time limit, perhaps there's another, it could be interpreted to leave it to the discretion of the the operator, notwithstanding staff's concern that it could be abused. As far as the specific plan 15, I'd have to apologize in our discussions since probably last June. Maybe I didn't make it clear enough that specific plan 15 was one of the areas that we were considering for by right, along with the M2 zone. But in looking in more detail at the M2 zone, which is only 49 acres in total compared to specific plan 15, which was 360 acres, I believe, it was a very small area, and portions of it were intimately entwined with residential developments, condominiums, and other or adjacent to residential uses or across the street. And we thought that that's a conflict, and it's, the opportunities were so small, so we changed it from a by right zone to a zone where shelters would be allowed with an SUP. And then, I guess you could say, we sweetened the pot. We took the M1 zone and added it. And so all told, I think the opportunities for emergency shelters were diminished very little and then increased from a special use permit standpoint by a great deal. And I'm sympathetic to the problem of getting discretionary approval for a land use that many people would believe is undesirable. I'm talking about adjacent businesses, adjacent homeowners. So on balance, staff was trying to find places where the shelters would be most compatible and making it by right in those areas. And in the areas where there are more likely conflicts, that's where we're suggesting it be allowed with a special use permit. So I'm just explaining our reasoning, and I have to apologize if I didn't make it clear what we're proposing early on. So that's all I have to say right now. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Town, do you have a comment you'd like to make?
I did, unless commissioners have additional questions for Mr. Spector.
Can I ask him one?
Commissioner Adam, do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess if I heard Ms. Brednicki right, there has never been an SUP granted in a, I don't know what you call it, a major thoroughfare type area for a homeless shelter in this town. Is that right?
In the county?
So you're proposing Rancho Conejo because that's probably as a by right area, because it's the least controversial, basically, of the areas that we can offer, right?
That's the thought.
That's it. That's what it is in a nutshell, even though it's probably a little remote and somewhat impractical.
Well, I don't know if it's impractical, but less convenient to where, as far as I know, where the homeless congregate, less convenient. However, bus service is available. There's no perfect solution with this sort of situation. It's a judgment call.
Right.
And I wouldn't say that it's just because there's fewer problems. We think that there's an issue of compatibility with these uses. Industrial uses, we believe, are more compatible. If you look at the recent approval just occurred in Camarillo, for example, they made it by right in one zone, the M1 zone, with a cap of 40 persons at one time. And that's a typical approach. There are jurisdictions that approve emergency shelters, usually with a discretionary permit, in commercial areas and even multiple family residential areas. How many of them allow it by right, I'm really not sure, because this housing element requirement is new to this round of housing element amendments. So we don't have too much experience being mandated by the state of California to provide these facilities by right. And we've been looking, along with many mansions, they've been looking for a 25-person site in various areas of the city. It's not easy to find a location, but we'll keep looking.
What do you think about the square foot per resident formula versus the cap?
Well, my concern is really if the square foot, if you had a building and you multiplied it by square foot per resident and it was big enough, maybe the cap would be 200. I don't know if that's could be recommended if our homeless population hovers around 100. And a certain percentage of people will not use the shelter for various reasons. They don't want to conform their behavior or whatever reason, and they don't go. So it's a very difficult problem, and I certainly appreciate Kathy's comments. And I don't know if it's something that something besides either or, maybe a third, thinking outside the box alternative may be a possibility.
But since none of these shelters even exist, we have no idea how many square feet they would be, right?
Well, I think the building code has requirements for how many people can occupy a given space. There's fire laws and other laws when you have these congregate living arrangements, but it's very high, I think, how many people can be accommodated in a small area.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Spector.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Okay. If not, we'll close the hearing and open up for commission discussion and/or motion. Commissioner Fisher.
How about both? Since this is a recommendation to the City Council, I would recommend that we move staff's report to the City Council with a recommendation that they do not have a cap for the number of homeless per site, that it's based on, whether it's based on occupancy or square foot or some other type of formula, that we go to a rolling 12 months for a time limit. And I think that's all I had for recommendations for the council.
Comments to the motion? Commissioner Adam?
Just for clarification, so you're saying eliminate the cap altogether, and are you basically saying it would in fact be manager discretion then, or?
Again, it's a recommendation to the council,
Yeah.
so giving them some options to consider. So whether it's the manager on site has the authority to make that decision, or if they want to go per square foot, whatever it may be.
I see.
I'd like
Okay.
to give them some options to at least choose from, and get them started in whatever direction they see fit.
The crux of it, though, is eliminate the cap.
Eliminate the cap,
Okay.
but come up with some other type of mechanism, whatever that
All
is.
right. And then the 6 months business, that also would be,
Eliminate that and go to a rolling 12 months.
right, I really like that idea of manager discretion, though, because I just think when you're on site and you're there and something's happening, and these are trained people that,
Sure, we could, you could put that in as well
I'd like
as,
to
look at, a manager on site versus a rolling 12 months.
yeah, like the example Ms. Brudnicki gave, you have someone who's back in 2 months, and I just don't want to see I'd like to see the human element in there
Sure. Whatever's most flexible is, I guess, what I'm moving towards.
Good.
Well, could you clarify that for us so we understand what it is now we're looking at that we're voting on?
Well, again, we're making a recommendation to the council that, they don't have, the 6-month cap, that it goes to some other type of, calculation, whether it's a rolling 12 months or whether it's a manager discretion on site. Again, it's just a recommendation.
Right.
So I'm putting out some ideas that it shouldn't be, 6 months period, you can't come back type of thing.
Chair Grumney, perhaps I can clarify. I think the objection was and correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy, if you wanted to invite her up, she was suggesting we just say 6 months and not say 6 months and 365 days. I may be wrong, but I think that was what was being suggested, to simply say 6 months period. And then it's sufficiently vague to allow some discretion.
That works, as long as the discretion is there.
Okay, additional comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. I'm really glad that, and I'm going to call you Kathy, that you came down tonight. I've known her for many, many years and worked on some committees with Kathy. She's always at different meetings and programs that I've gone to. And I really respect what she does and when she says something, because I know it's just not a quick thought. It's been thought out and thoughtful. And I'm very proud of our commissioners that we're all thinking along the same lines to be more flexible, as Kathy has said. And so I really agree with the motion.
Any additional comments? If not, could I see by a show of hands, all in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed?
Motion passed 5-0.
Again, as this does not have an appeal process, as it is a recommendation and is going to City Council. Mr. Town, are there Community Development Department referrals and reports?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to quickly point out that we have a number of cases scheduled for upcoming Planning Commission meetings, and these are listed on page 93 of your packet, including several cases for your next meeting on October 11th. And then in terms of cases recently considered, because of the hiatus with recent meetings of the Commission, I should just note that as I'm sure the Commission is already aware, that the Los Robles Hospital project, which was considered and recommended for approval by the Planning Commission on May 24th, was approved back in July by the City Council. And that's all I had at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Lunn, could you give us a motion to approve the minutes of our previous meeting?
So moved.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Any AB 1234 reports?
Motion passed 5-0.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I have one.
Okay.
I attended the League of California Cities, the annual meeting in San Diego. I know the commissioners have a choice of whether to go to that or the annual Planners Institute, and certainly I found the annual league meeting has much more, has a lot more classes to choose from versus the Planners Institute that tends to bring up the same information year after year. So definitely a lot more things to choose from. Found interesting sustainable food systems, encouraging farmers markets. Certainly it fits in with my job at public health and anything we can do to consume or conserve our natural resources and eat more homegrown type things. Implementing external or automated external defibrillators. There was a presentation from a city. It was nice to see that the city of Thousand Oaks and the county of Ventura did this years and years ago, which was very progressive at the time. So It was nice to see how far ahead of this curve we were. And the hot topic around the state is constructing pension contribution costs for cities, and I think we're all aware of that, of the ever-increasing price of pensions. So with that, that was my report.
Thank you. Any comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay, I have to really quick. It's football season for all of the high schools. I got to do this every year. Many people don't realize is the proceeds from the high school football games fund all the other athletic programs at the high school. It is the cheapest, best entertainment in the Conejo Valley, so I encourage everyone to go out on a Friday night, date night, and watch one of their local teams play. And with this, at this time, we'll adjourn back for our next scheduled meeting, which will be October 11th. Thank you and good evening.